Mike and Ben, thank you. The NCAA Baseball Regionals roll on, presented by Capital One. It is our first elimination game from the Auburn Regional. NC State will take on the Auburn Tigers. Auburn, the visiting team, on their home field in this game. Well, 30-year NC State head coach Elliott Avent, who's announced he'll retire at the end of the Wolfpack season. So the Pack need a win to push Avent's retirement off by at least another day. And for the number 4 national seed, Auburn Tigers, they need a win to avoid a very early exit from the NCAA tournament. Now, the winner of this game will survive to advance to another elimination game against the loser of the upcoming winners bracket contest between UCF and Milwaukee. And with that, we welcome you into the broadcast booth here at Auburn, along with College Baseball Hall of Famer Greg Olson. I'm Mark Neely. So, Greg, one of two big storylines is going to come out of the conclusion of this game. If Auburn loses, that means the number 4 national seed goes to and out of the NCAA tournaments. For NC State, if they lose, that means the 30-year tenure of head coach Elliott Avent comes to an end here today.
I mean, both big storylines.
Yes.
Honestly, you got Auburn comes in getting beat by Milwaukee yesterday, 13-8, and top 4 seed.
Yes.
And then on the other side, Elliott Avent is just a college baseball legend. 1,327 wins, 21st all-time, just one of the great guys in college baseball.
So, it's an elimination game. What happened to Auburn in yesterday's loss to Milwaukee?
Well, it really looked like they were playing the Brewers. I mean, the Brew Crew came out, and it was 10-0 in a heartbeat. Braden Horn, first inning, 3-run bomb. Milwaukee drops a 4 spot, goes up 4-0, gets 2 in the second, and this Charlie Marion home run makes it 10-0 Milwaukee. They were able to hold on 13-8 and go into play tonight.
Yeah, this is not the first elimination game matchup we thought we'd get, thanks to Milwaukee's 13-8 win over the number 4 national seed Auburn yesterday. So it's Auburn and NC State. Loser season comes to an end. Now the first pitch is straight ahead.
Against Auburn in the regional final last year, and a lot of familiar faces in the middle of this lineup. But good stuff. Fastball 90-94, will touch 95. Added a cutter, changed his slider into more of a sweeper. Let's see how that affects his game today.
All right, we are ready to go. Another just about full house here. Of course, Coach Elliott Avent in NC State, who just finished a suspended game from last night, falling to UCF a little bit earlier this morning, and we are underway in this elimination game. A quick turnaround for the Wolfpack. Inside to Mason McCrane, 2 balls, no strikes. Well, for the Auburn fans, when Milwaukee scored 4 in the top of the first. It really took this huge fan base out of the game and really kept them out of the game the whole afternoon.
Yeah, they were looking for any spark to cheer for, and they couldn't find anything.
So they're hoping the top of the first is kinder to them since they are the visiting team again, technically. And Mason McCrane leads off the game with a base hit to right.
Well, he was inserted into the leadoff role about a month ago against Florida and has really taken off, hitting .324. He gets a 2-0 fastball inner part of the plate and spins it to right field.
So here's the aforementioned Eric Guevara. Made the All-SEC defensive team this year. His second consecutive season. Great glove at third base and had a home run in yesterday's game. You know, the Auburn offense did score 8 runs in yesterday's game, and most days you expect to win with 8 runs, but it took them about half the game to really get the offense going yesterday. Yeah,
it was a real slow start, and you're going with the top pitching staff in the country. 8 runs, you're thinking 8-1, 8-2? No, they gave up 13 most of the year.
Well, quick stoppage here is coming out from the NC State dugout to check on Consiglio. You and I had a chance to visit with Cooper on Thursday. He's showing some signs here. He kind of hunched over after a pitch earlier. Some players running down now towards the bullpen for NC State. We're not made aware of any possible potential issues with Consiglio prior to the game, so.
I mean, it's hot and humid.
It is that for sure.
There's not a real great place.
So that's before, as Guevara steps in, you watch him walk back behind the mound there. That's not normal behavior.
Now he looks like he's almost sick to his stomach.
Yes, that was my initial thought as well. We've all been there at some point if that's exactly what's going on with him. We're not sure, but it's like he's going to stay in there for now. It's 83 degrees, which doesn't sound terrible, but it's 70% humidity.
It's heavy air.
So it's a 1-0 count on Guevara as we resume. And a check at first, very close. McCrane just got the hand in. They're going to challenge this, by the way.
Is this almost identical to last night with NC State?
Yes. That was with Rhett Johnson. NC State who got picked off early in the game.
Safe. The play's under further review.
It's almost identical. Gets on base, gets picked off because his left foot slips. And that little look that we had, Mason McCrane's out.
So let's see if there's enough here to overturn the call on the field of safe. Depends on where the tag from McHugh comes on. It looks like it comes in the upper arm. But that hand is reaching in. Let's look at this angle again. Did he get the tag on in time? That's my question there.
It's close. It really is close. My first look was that he got the tag on, and you can see McCrane sliding and just scrambling to get back. Call on the field was safe.
It was, and so I don't know about your percentage. Mine isn't very good, but to me, there doesn't look to be indisputable evidence to overturn the call on the field of safe. Because I don't think he touches him until right. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I got him touching him a little bit earlier than you said, and the hand looked like it was still reaching.
So there's two disparate views right there.
Yeah. So there's two umpires in the.
All right, let's see what the decision is from the Pittsburgh Control Center.
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner is safe. NC State will have one
it
challenge.
stands. wasn't confirmed. By the way, Cooper Consiglio has 4 pickoffs this year, and obviously he's a lefty, so he always has that going for him as well.
I mean, I felt like that was his token move, too. I think he's probably got a better one in his back pocket. He's going to see McCrane, see if he gets any sort of lead at all.
No, he does not. He's got about a 1.5-step lead. It's gotten a lot more conservative after that near pickoff, and a wave and a miss by Guevara. 5 steals and 8 tries for McCrane, and I think he's just grateful to survive and still be on the bases at this point. Well, that's going to advance him to second base as that bounce up there off land fear, and that'll put Mason McCrane down at second base on a wild pitch.
When you're dealing with stomach issues out on the mound, you're thinking about a whole bunch of stuff other than making pitches. You know, you're not comfortable, you're sick to your stomach, and you're out there competing at a high level. It's a very difficult situation to be in. And by that, I mean your focus and concentration is not where it needs to be.
Great numbers with runners in scoring position for Guevara this year. First inning chance here for the Tigers as we're just underway from Auburn. That is a 5-pitch walk. I don't think the concern about Consiglio's health status right now has escaped the NC State dugout. This is still a concern. I think this is a running story right here to begin this game.
Well, I mean, with the injuries and pitching that they've had this year, they had to use one of their main relievers last night as a starter. And so now you're looking at, okay, here's one of my starting guys. I don't have the depth to take him out if he is sick to his stomach.
The top 2 starting pitchers have been out after making 8 starts on the season. See the first 10 appearances, the last 6. His last appearance came against North Carolina on May 15th. He got knocked around for 10 runs in 4 innings. His 2 starts prior to that went well against Miami and Stanford. It's down the left field side. Rhett Johnson angling towards the line. It's going to get up into the netting. The sophomore catcher, Chase Fralick. Solo home run against Milwaukee in yesterday's game. 15th of the year.
Fraley faced Consiglio last year, went 1 for 1, single through the 43 hole and a walk.
Fralick also with a home run against LSU in the first game for Auburn in the SEC tournament. Auburn made it to the semis before falling 2-1 to Arkansas and only allowed 3 total runs in 3 games in the SEC tournament. And then they gave up 4 in the first inning against Milwaukee yesterday and 13 overall.
Now, I don't think there's probably a person in the country that was not shocked at the first 4 innings here against Milwaukee.
It was a drastic change from what we had come to expect from the team that had the lowest ERA in the nation among the teams that have made the NCAA tournament. That's hit well left field with a War Eagle wall. It's going to go up and high and gone. Just over the top of the fence. Fralick, his second home run here in the NCAA tournament, and an early 2 runs for the Tigers. Make that 3.
Well, Fralick has done that all year, home runs to all fields. Just his 3rd home run versus left-handed pitching. Fastball inner part of the plate, stays inside of it. And just a solid left-handed swing going oppo.
Bunting, Rimbert. Johnson, late throw that skips away, and even a diving Nixon can't come up with it. Rimbert down to second base with a slide. Well, it should be a bunt base hit for Rimbert and a throwing error Now Rembert's at second with nobody out.
Rembert had done a little bit of damage against Consiglio, but how about this? You give up a home run, last thing you're thinking is the 4-hole guy's going to come up and lay down a drag bunt. And Rembert lays down an absolute beauty, waits to see that it got by second base, and then he is off and running.
That throw came from Sherman Johnson, who has been dealing with a lower back injury that occurred in the last workout before they came here to Auburn. They had to physically carry him off the plane, carry him into the hotel. Johnson, with the treatment, has been able to play and started the game earlier today and last night against UCF. A Freilich 3-run home run. It's kind of the mirror image of what happened to Auburn yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. 3-run home run, 4 spot, possibly.
And Consiglio bounces one up there. And I don't know about you, Greg, but I don't know how long they can go with Consiglio. I mean, your season's on the line here. He already was showing some malaise out there.
Yeah, no, we saw Elliott Avent last night and a little bit this morning, but last night with Anderson Nance, where Nance was struggling the whole game, and Avent went out there and had a discussion, left him in there for 6 when I felt like he was coming out after 4. And so drug him out a little bit, but this spot's a whole different animal than last night.
Consiglio in his first 59 2/3 innings pitched on the season did not have a wild pitch. He's throwing 2 today. It's the strike call in the inner part to Bub Terrell. Auburn left fielder who had a fantastic SEC tournament. Had a home run, had that memorable leaping catch, and the ball hit by Arkansas's Nolan Souza that he caught leaping at the left field fence in Hoover.
I mean, Mark, there's just nowhere to go. When you're sick to your stomach, there's just nowhere to go. You got to get out of it, get into the inning. They can't bring you out a glass of water and some Tums and try to get you back on track.
And again, we don't know 100% that it's a stomach, but there's obviously something going on. Runner heading for the plate. A look there by Mikey Ryan. He's going to take the out at first base. They get the first out. Rembert scores. So the first 4 batters for Auburn in this game that all reached have now all come in to score.
Wow, this is just really similar to what Milwaukee did to Auburn.
It is scary. Very similar.
And this fan base was sitting waiting for something to happen. Next thing they look up, it's 10-0.
Bingham in. This one's deep. Can it get over the wall? It can. Bingham's 13th.
This freshman has come onto the scene and is a left-handed killer. Little cut fastball, middle of the plate. He's hitting .414 and now 7 home runs off of lefties. And first pitch ambush.
That's line into right field for a base hit. McCade Ballou jumps on the first pitch he sees.
Just 1 out.
22 pitches in, and here comes the hook. Elliott Avent in the pack cannot risk any further damage. Consiglio, and again, not exactly 100% sure about his physical status, but obviously dealing with something out there. And Auburn's put up a quick 5 spot.
Last night it was Avent that went out and was talking to Anderson Nance, and it was a motivational speech. And that looked very similar.
Well, I guess since the first visit was a medical visit, it didn't count. So that's just technically the first visit, not the second, which would have forced the automatic pulling of the pitcher. You see Bingaman's numbers. Bingaman, by the way, had a 3-run homer yesterday against Milwaukee. That was the first run scored by Auburn in that game in the 4th inning. And that hits Brandon McCrane. And I don't know how much longer NC State. They are getting activity up in the bullpen.
They got somebody going. But, I mean, it's one thing to run out there and run your starter out there and go, all right, I got to bounce him after 1. You're just hoping he can run into a double play. Give him a chance to get in the dugout and settle in for a minute.
Bingaman with the 3-run homer yesterday. Solo shot here today. Here's Taylor Belza, DH, who's making his 2nd consecutive start. He was kind of a surprise entrant into the lineup yesterday, which was just his 3rd start of the season and 10th overall game. And he had a really nice game with a couple of hits. And hit by pitch, was on base 3 times.
Yeah. I mean, he hadn't played very much at all. Got a start against Texas A&M in the SEC tournament, but before that, it'd almost been a month back to the Florida series mid-April.
90-mile-per-hour fastball there from Consiglio, taken for a strike. Blue and Brandon McCrane on base for the Tigers, who've already played at 5. Ground ball right side through. They're playing for 2, and he gets hit through the hole, and that's going to bring in another. Blue scores. Throw going to 3rd is cut off by Ryan. That's the 2nd RBI of the season for Taylor Belza. Has been getting some playing time here in the NCAA tournament and taking advantage of that time.
I mean, he stays on top of these lefties, and he's able to stay in on that slider. Hooks it through the 43 hole. And NC State cannot buy an out.
And now the change is going to come. Consiglio goes once through the order, 9 batters, 1 out. 6 runs now in. A couple of runners on base. So tough turn of events here for NC State. And their junior starter, Cooper Consiglio. So we get the pitching change. Andrews coming in. after just a third of an inning, faces 9 batters. And he gives way to the bullpen. His junior right-hander Heath Andrews takes over.
Yeah, fastball is going to be 91 to 94. It's been a starter all year. Cutter, slider, changeup. 7.24 ERA, 3-4, 13 games started, 59 innings, 1.73 whip. And he is awake a lot earlier than he probably expected to be today. Probably in line for a start maybe tomorrow.
Big early hole for NC State, who haven't even come to the plate to hit yet. They're the home team in this game. We're in the top of the first, and here's Mason McCrane, who began the game with a base hit to right. McCrane nearly was picked off. In fact, it was a call that was challenged by NC State. The call stood that he had gotten back in safely, but well, that would have just been 1 out, but it would have been 1 out, bases empty.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a big call, and it was too close to call.
There's his second hit of the inning, that into left center field. Knocks in his older brother, Brandon McCrane. And for Mason McCrane, his 36th RBI. It is 7-0.
Well, that's what he's been doing all year long since he found his way into the lineup. Just a sweet stroke, flat plane. He's able to shoot that ball to left center.
Second time this season that Auburn has scored 7 runs in the first inning. Guevara, who walked earlier in this frame, and scored on the Freilich 3-run homer. See the 400 average here in this ballpark for Guevara on the season.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable up there. Wide open stance, dives, and is able to cover all sorts of pitches.
Heath Andrews on in relief here for NC State, trying to end this top of the first inning, which just seemed endless, I'm sure, for NC State and their fan base.
Another piece of it. I mean, Andrews is usually a starter, so he's got his whole routine that he usually goes through. And now we saw him run out there at about the 5th pitch of the game and going through a completely different routine, so he's trying to figure things out as he's rolling through this inning.
Andrews' last appearance came against Duke in the ACC tournament on May 19th. Gave up 6 earned runs in his 3 2/3 innings. Did not pick up a decision in that game. Down and away, ball 4, and that will load the bases. It's the second time that Guevara has walked here in the first inning. Right now, Elliott Avon and NC State just trying to find some answers here. They're trying to find one for Freilich, who homered. 3-run shot first time up in this inning.
He's got a chance to do it again. 3-run home run already here in the first. Flat plane swing, played tennis, and was highly recruited out of high school as a tennis player. So when you watch this swing, tell me you don't see a little bit of a backhand stroke, Mark.
Well, he won the Al Parker Award, which is handed out to the top prep tennis player in Georgia, and he won it twice. He's going to get an RBI. The race to the bag is won by McHugh, so Freilich gets his 4th RBI of the inning to the 3-run homer first time. Hanging out on top of the parking deck, on all levels of the parking deck.
Big screen TV out there that they can watch, so won't have the satellite dishes, but they'll have some beverages sitting out there and one of the places to hang out.
Yeah, the seats you see there at the bottom of the screen, those were all added in that section as well, just for this regional.
Well, they were expecting a night game, and so far have not had one. They had the noon game yesterday, and so their attendance is bumped up to just under 7,000. And so they were going, all right, well, we can add those white seats down the left field line and add those bleachers over here.
Out the shortstop, Ryan's throw gets him by a step, and the top of the first has come to an end. 13 batters come to the plate for Auburn.
An absolute dominant performance by this Auburn offense, matching the total of 8 runs that they had yesterday against Milwaukee.
Andreas Alvarez makes his 15th start of the season today.
He got it rolling at the end of last year during the playoffs, and then this was his last Tuesday start. Dominated number 2 Georgia Tech, 5 innings, 10 punch-outs, 1 hit, and rolled into the rotation after that. Fastball is going to be 91 to 94, sweeper, slider, cutter, and a curveball, but his curveball was what he found that night against Georgia Tech, and it has turned him into just a dominant starter.
Let's take a look at the batting order he'll face for the Wolfpack. Mikey Ryan, the shortstop, bats in the 5-hole. It's a Wolfpack team that took an early 3-0 lead on UCF in their opening round game against them, but did not score the rest of the way.
No, they just left too many guys on base, had plenty of opportunities with the right guys coming to the plate. Mikey Ryan was the one guy that really got it done.
NC State stranded 14 runners on base in that earlier game, which is a season high. A game that started last night about 7 o'clock, was suspended around 10:30 or 11 and resumed at 11 a.m. this morning and lasted about 20-25 minutes. They picked it up in the 8th inning. First pitch swinging and a slow roller out to shortstop. And Brandon McCrane throws out Red Johnson. Johnson, who had his 28-game hitting streak, ended yesterday with an 0 for 3 and a couple of walks against UCF. Technically, I guess it ended earlier today with the resumption.
That first pitch swinging, gets a fastball in on the hands. We saw this a lot out of UCF and NC State, swinging early.
Well, that was the key to success for Milwaukee, as you alluded to yesterday. First pitch, second pitch, very rarely got deep into the counts early in the game.
No, they ambushed Jake Marciano. His fastball was a little flat. Velo was down. Milwaukee had jumped him. This is going to be a little bit different animal. You're going to see some 96s and a really nice difference in breaking balls.
Marciano Part of this Auburn staff, the lowest ERA among all the teams of the 64 teams of the NCAA tournament. Their team ERA went from 3.45 when they started yesterday's game. It's at 3.63 today. That's a huge jump this late in the season.
I mean, well, they were all earned. I mean, 13
Yes.
runs you just throw on in 9 innings. It was a shocker. It really was. Just the way it happened. I mean, if it was going to happen, I was thinking it was going to be 3-2, and the offense wasn't going to show up.
Luke Nixon fouls it. Luke comes in, 14-game hitting streak. Luke, of course, the son of former big leaguer Trot Nixon, who won a World Series with the Red Sox in '04. His brother Chase, who played at NC State for a couple of years as well.
All ACC second team really improved this season. Hit .438 in the fall and spring before the season started.
That's skied out to left field. Bub Terrell coasting towards the foul line and stops to make the catch. 8 pitches in for Alvarez. He has recorded 2 outs. They got off very quickly. 3 runs at the top of the first against UCF. But again, those 14 stranded in the game, a season high for NC State.
It was just a tough night, and I wouldn't say it was about the pitching. I mean, they had traffic all over the bases. I mean, the only guy that got a big hit was Dalton Bargo down in the 7th spot. A little 2-run single to left.
A couple hits for Chris McHugh in the loss to UCF. They're both with doubles. Alvarez out of Seminole, Florida, close to St. Pete Beach. It's out to shallow right field. Looks like Rembert's calling for it. Chris Rembert, the second baseman, makes the catch. Quick inning for Dre Alvarez, who sets down NC State in order in the bottom of the first. Baseball regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Well, for 30 seasons, Elliott Avent has been the head coach for North Carolina State baseball. They were unable to rally and win this game. This will be his final game as head coach.
This is an amazing run at NC State. You can see where he sits, an active wins leader. I said he was 21st overall in history. He'll be heading into the College Baseball Hall of Fame. Just a great man. I mean, we had him for about an hour. It was supposed to be about 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Fun talking baseball with the legend. Out of all the great questions that we asked, and a lot of stuff that he just volunteered on his own, you said, so what are you going to do when you're retired? He's just like, I have no idea.
I don't fish. I don't golf. He goes, I'm afraid my neighbor's going to get tired of me blowing off the leaves. Well, last night he offered to take me fishing.
Yeah, he did. That wouldn't be bad. Chris Hart is going to be the new head coach, of course, long time on the staff. This is one of the things Coach Avent said. He said, when I told my wife, and she would ask periodically, you know, is it time yet? Is it time? For many years he would say no, and then he said, you know what, yes. I think it is time, but I got to do two things. Players have to find out first, and the second thing is I want Chris Hart to succeed me, and I want to get those two things done, and he has done that.
And that's the way they've done it in NC State for a long time. It's been a family hand-me-down. It was Coach Esposito to the legendary Coach Ray Tanner, who then moved on to South Carolina and made sure that Coach Avent got the job. And he goes, I'm sure everybody was looking around going, I'm this head coach at New Mexico. But hands it down to me. And I wanted to make sure that Coach Hart had his shot.
Yeah, a lot of people forget. I mean, he was the head coach at New Mexico State, 89 through 96. Of course, 97 his first year as the head coach at NC State. A walk to Terrell. To begin the top of the second. Second walk handed out by Andrews, third by NC State pitching.
I've had that look on my face before where you're sitting there watching a game and there's nothing you can do. You've made your next chess play. You brought in Heath Andrews, and now you're going, there's nothing else I can do. I got to sit back and let this play out.
Check on the runner there as eludes McHugh. Did not get into the dugout. Terrell a little slow getting up here. To brush himself off.
I think that throw went off Terrell.
Yeah, they got a piece of him, you're right.
Yeah, a little rib cage shot.
Yeah, at that point, he's like, I'm fine at first base here still.
It's like, man, I just walked. Terrell not a huge threat to run, 3 stolen bases. And with this man coming up to the plate, I'm sure they're not going to take the chance on taking Terrell out of play.
True freshman Bingaman. Terrell at first, nobody out. Sends that to right, and Andrew Wiggins, sunglasses on, makes the grab. So Andrews retires Bingaman for the first down at the top of the second. Hey, he's kind of still feeling that. That's where that ball, you could see where he was kind of grabbing there under his right armpit.
That's
where that pickoff
spot.
attempt got him, yeah. It was fun talking to Bub a couple days ago. I think I described him to you as I said he's a really confident player, but he's not arrogant.
Yeah.
He kind of strides that line. He's very confident in his ability, and rightfully so. Man, he is a wonderful athlete to watch out there.
Well, I guess it was 2 years ago, and it was one of the opening games, and Gabe Gross is a friend of mine, hitting coach, former professional baseball player, 8 years in the major leagues. And so, I'm looking around going, all right, so you got Bub Terrell, who's this kid, out in right field. And he goes, this is a 50-50. He's either going to be a major leaguer or he's going to end his career in college. But he has 5 tools and can flat out muscle a ball.
Talk about muscling a ball. That's muscle toward right center field. It sails over the fans out there. Baloo with a blast. His second of the year.
Cut fastball that ended up staying more like a gyro spinning cement mixer. And Cade Ballou deposits it out in right center. He's had a very injured career with the lower half. But when he gets out there and plays, he can get on base. I've seen a little bit of pop out of him, but that one was damaged.
As I mentioned, his second homer of the season. His first came back on May 16th against Georgia. It did come in SEC play, and Auburn has taken a 10-0 lead. Top of the second. 2-run homer for Ballou. Well, you talk about a 180 from yesterday, from what we saw here.
Yeah. Eerily similar.
Except the role that Auburn is playing right now was played by Milwaukee. Yesterday's edition of this, and day 1 here from the Auburn Regional.
I mean, Milwaukee did come in. They were looking like the Brewers, where it was just everything they hit was raked. And you're seeing a lot of the same thing. A little bit more power. NC State's adding some walks into the equation.
That is ball 4. Well, you mentioned the fact that the injuries to pitching for NC State has just put them behind the 8 ball. Their top 2 starting pitchers made only 8 starts each and hadn't pitched since early April. Jacob Duden, one of those, had Tommy John surgery. They've just been trying to chase healthy arms a good portion of this year.
Yeah, I mean, Duden's out for the year with Tommy John, and then you got Ryan Marone, easily their best starter, is out, and they think they might get him back this regional. And he is 6-1, 3.18 ERA in 8 games started. So you lose 2 frontline starters. Now you got to start moving bullpen pieces. You just can't replace them.
They had the tough run of the schedule in the ACC as well for NC State. In fact, you could argue they had the toughest ACC schedule, as they wind up facing in conference play 7 of the top 8 teams. And they did not play 3 of the bottom 4 teams that finished in the standings in the ACC, and 4 of the bottom 6. You know, year to year is just kind of a crapshoot as far as who you're going to play, how good they are that year. And Elliot Amon's team got a lot of teams that finished up near the top of the standings in the ACC this year. And they finished tied for 8th. West Virginia, NC State did it 14-16 in ACC play.
No, you're seeing that experience that you get, though, from that, playing, you know, the top teams in your conference.
All in 2 strikes on Taylor Belzu, who had a RBI base hit in his first at bat. Got him to chase. First strikeout for Andrews. Well, the NCAA Regionals, the coverage for all 16 sites continuing tomorrow on ESPN Plus, as well as the ESPN app. And for more information, you can visit ncaa.com, the home for all NCAA championships. Would you say a little over 7,000 today they're expecting here at Plainsman Park?
Day game, I think they'll probably be pushing, oh man, with all the extensions, yeah, we might be pushing 7,000.
Okay.
They don't count the parking deck.
Bouncy ball One hopper right to Nixon. So keep that in mind, fans. If you want to watch a game for free, go from an odd angle, you can watch it from the parking deck. Couple more runs on the blue homer. 10-0 Tigers.
Welcome to Squeeze Play. All the highlights, all the big moments.
Get a chance to have some big-time fireworks.
6 to 8 games on the screen at one time.
You're going to be locked in for that.
The season on the line.
Hashtag Squeeze Play. Send us some tweets. Maybe we'll put you on the social wall.
The storybook season will continue.
It is a really fun way to watch the NCAA baseball tournament. Squeeze Play. It's continuing through these regionals. Other national seeds dealing with elimination at Southern Miss, FSU, and I know Milwaukee made big news winning here over the number 4 national seed Auburn. Did St. Mary's College trump them by beating the number 1 seed UCLA?
I don't think they did, to be honest with you. I mean, I had St. Mary's 2 weeks ago in their conference tournament.
They're good, yeah.
They are solid. Their offense can flat out light it up. You're just going to be able to throw out the pitching to do beat UCLA at their place. And I think Milwaukee coming in here and doing what they did, bigger shocker. What do you think?
Well, you know, there was a portion of the baseball fans that, because UCLA was winning a lot of really close games down the stretch and in Pac-12, and I think people were looking at that like, oh, is this? Are they not as good as they were a few weeks prior? You know, and that's hard because they were playing at a really high level. But maybe it was a warning sign. I don't know. But it's one game, UCLA.
Yeah.
You know, they still got a game to work with. They're the number 1 team in the nation. We'll see where it leads. Just kind of guiding that up the middle and a attempt there by Brandon McCrane. But Ty Head has a base hit. The first base runner against Alvarez.
It's just a nice piece of hit and drags the bat through the zones, able to get it through the 46 hole. He had faced Alvarez 3 times last year in this regional final. He went 0 for 3. So a little familiarity that you don't necessarily get at the college level.
Yeah, that game you're mentioning, which was Alvarez, he was a freshman last year, of course, his NCAA tournament debut, which came against NC State. 5 innings, no runs, picked up the win. Only walked 1, struck out 5. You know, he followed that up. You know, they go to the Super Regional against Coastal Carolina, and he throws 4 scoreless innings against Coastal.
Yeah, no, he ended on a great note and then started on had a great start as the Tuesday starter. And it's kind of fascinating. Butch Thompson got so tired 2 years ago of watching guys going out there not throwing strikes. So he really made his rotation and the guys that he used as the guys with the highest strike percentage. And Alvarez was 4th. Yeah, he earned, absolutely. With what he did last year, absolutely earned a spot in the rotation. But Butch had to look at him and go, well, I'm sorry, but you were fourth behind, you know, Sanders, Marciano, and Petrovic. And so you're my Tuesday starter. And then he breaks his way into it after that great start against number 2 Georgia Tech.
Pumps it a strike at 95 miles per hour to Ryan. When we chatted a couple of days ago with Dre Alvarez, he said a lot of interesting things to us. But one, he says, you know, when I'm landing the off-speed pitch, that's when I really feel like I've got close to total command.
Yeah, and he really works hard in the bullpen to try to find it out there.
Top towards third, charged by Guevara, throws on the move and makes a nice play to get Mikey Ryan. It does advance head down to second base. There's your ERA leaders, where they ranked in the SEC.
That's what I'm talking about. So he ends up being the fourth guy, has a great year, and he can't break into the weekend rotation. But Butch Thompson knows how well. Butch Thompson has the number one strength of schedule, so they're playing some solid midweek games. And as I said, Georgia Tech, Troy, Jacksonville State, they playing some really good midweek games. UAB, and Alvarez is facing all those guys. He just couldn't break into the weekend rotation until about 1st of April.
Well, I think the other part of the equation today for Auburn and their fan base, you know, it took them a while to get the offense going yesterday against Milwaukee, but they did score 8, and most days 8's going to win you a game, but it didn't yesterday because their staff gave up 13, all earned runs, as you mentioned earlier. But the piece is, I mean, it's not like Marciano was the only one that didn't have a great day yesterday. So I think the fact that Alvarez could come in, and it's still early in the second inning, to kind of stabilize and look like the Auburn staff that you've seen all year is another important piece to what they do here today against NC State.
Well, I mean, that was the problem that kind of shook some people up. It was like, okay, Marciano was off.
Yep.
But then they bring in the piggyback behind Marciano is L.J. Cormier.
Left field fading. It's going to drop in front of Terrell. Head's going to move over to third base, and a base hit for Sherman Johnson. Yeah, that's how it went yesterday. You know, that's...
Yeah, but the disturbing thing for Auburn people was that they brought in their piggyback, L.J. Cormier, who's a freshman who had a great year, all freshman team, and he got knocked around.
Yeah, first inning or two was good, but then all of a sudden it kind of fell apart for him as well.
Yeah, so that was kind of the disturbing thing, was like, wow, you know, 2 of our top guys got knocked around. And then after that, it was a lot of usage of guys that hadn't seen a whole lot of pitching time. Here's where NC State struggled yesterday.
Runners on base, getting the key hit. They're stranded 14, including 10 through the first 5 innings. Head led off the inning with a base hit. He's at third. Johnson also on with 1 out. DH Dalton Barga. Now tip, 1-2.
That was that curveball I talked about, really evolving that Georgia Tech game. He had been more of a slider. I'm talking about Alvarez guy. He found that curveball, and it really became his out pitch.
Got it up there 95, but up and out of the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Piece of that breaking ball. I mentioned 8 runs normally is going to win a game for Auburn, as it will most teams, but Auburn coming into yesterday was 23-1 when scoring 8 or more runs. Their only loss, and that didn't happen, they lost to Nebraska, lost 9-8, so they scored 8 and lost. That's their only loss on the season, scored 8 or more until yesterday. It's Milwaukee. That is just foul behind the bag at third.
Quick call from Travis Carlson, the third base umpire. Bargo had 2 of the 3 RBIs yesterday. He has had some travel. Started out at Missouri, went to Tennessee, won a national championship, and now he is with the Wolfpack.
Ground ball towards the middle. Remember, trying to backhand, could not come up with it. It scores head. Johnson heading for third. It's an RBI base hit for Barga. Gets NC State on the board. Third RBI of this regional for the NC State DH.
It's a nice piece of hit and cutter, middle of the plate, drives it through second base, 103 exit velocity. Just like yesterday, he knocks in their first couple runs.
So Bargo, I should say, with the RBI base hit. Watching Sherman go from first to third on that. Definitely feeling the back a little bit, but he's, for somebody that's dealing with that getting around well, that's nice of sombrero, sir, by the way.
You're looking at the left field, the right field line where they put up the 984 club, and it's 984 miles from here to Omaha. That was new last year.
Last time Auburn made that trip back in 2022. Andrew Wiggins. Couple of hits yesterday. And that got some of Chase Fralick on the foul tip. Plate umpire Alan Gorwitz will do the courtesy of taking the ball out to the pitcher Alvarez just to give Fralick a little extra time back there.
Yeah, just a little nuance of the game. Only 2 people on the field that knows what it feels like to get hit by foul tips and foul balls
routinely.
And one or the other will get hit, and the other one will go walk the 60 feet out with a new baseball.
One pitch. .2500 spin rate, almost 2600 on that.
Yeah, that's a nice hook. Yeah, he had literally just pulled it out in the middle of March. Hadn't seen him use it very often. More of a secondary pitch.
We'll tap up the first base line, waiting on it. Ethan Bingham takes it to the bag. 3 unassisted. That is the second out of the inning. Bring in the second run. Johnson scoring, and Bargo down to second base. So RBI for Wiggins, number 22.
Yeah, he's still looking like he is moving like a man that's got a bad back.
That's almost impossible to hide. I'm sure you've dealt with that lumbar strain injury at some point.
I have. At the end of my career, it was a maintenance issue.
Got that up there at 94 miles per hour.
One thing, NC State has been able to get those 2 runs in, answer what Auburn did, and extend this pitch count of Alvarez.
He had an 11 pitch first inning. Obviously, he's run up quite a few more here. A couple of runs coming in, so 27 so far in this inning. One-two pitch from Alvarez. Couple hits for Lanphier in the UCF game. Fargo on at second. Just at the very top of that to tip it foul.
Yeah, put together good at bat. He was on the list of breakout players to watch, and Coach Avent says that Drew Lanphier is one of the best catch and throw guys that he has had. And that's saying something in 30 years.
Off speed, strike three, got him looking. First strikeout of the game for Dre Alvarez. NC State does get on the board though as they played a couple.
How to get out of an inning, hammer time, breaking ball, ends it second inning.
Well, the winners bracket game coming up between the 4-seed Milwaukee and 2-seed UCF here at Auburn later tonight, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, slated for ESPN+. For the Auburn Tigers, after that 13-8 loss to Milwaukee in their opening game yesterday, that means you got to win 4 in a row to get out of your own regional now. That hasn't happened a whole lot. Doesn't happen often.
It's a hard road. It really is. You got 1 today. You got 2 possibly tomorrow. And then you got to beat the same team that you beat Sunday night again on Monday. But honestly, if there's one team that can probably make that run with pitching,
it's the Auburn Tigers.
Would be the Auburn Tigers.
Two, 3, and 4 part of the order for the Tigers. Eric Guevara batted twice in the first inning. Not actually an official at bat because he walked twice. Did score a run. Talking about the matchup between these teams last year, since NC State also played in the Auburn Regional a year ago. Remember, for Guevara, he started the first 2 games of the Auburn Regional, but left with an injury. He did not play in that clinching game against NC State last year.
Yeah, he was dealing with some hammy issues.
He looks at a strike from Heath Andrews, and it's a full count.
The only knock you got on Guevara? There's been some health issues with the lower legs, hammies.
Past the first baseman, McHugh into right field, and Guevara's on for a 3rd time, but this time with his first hit of the day and his 2nd of the regional.
Well, that's one thing he has done really well is he will not try to do too much. Stays inside the ball. You can throw him a fastball away. He will try to just take it to the opposite field and does just that.
So it sends up to catcher Chase Fralick. He batted twice in the first inning. In the first plate appearance, wound up in a 3-run home run. Then picked up an RBI on a ground out later in the inning. So he had a 4 RBI inning.
I mean, that's a pretty good day by anybody's normal standards, and that's his first inning.
10 homers now. That span you just saw the last few weeks. In full, there's a high fly foul. Taking a little walk after that one. Hit the home run. Putting those first couple rows of the War Eagle wall.
Yeah, it was a wall scraper. Still counts as a home run.
It does indeed. Comes back. You were telling me the story of how the wall came into existence with your coach Baird wanting to put it up actually to shield others from the view back there.
Yeah, there's a power station out behind the Green Monster, and Coach Baird, in his infinite wisdom, was getting the chance to build the stadium, and they brought the architect, and you can see the power station. It was such an eyesore that the architect of the stadium here at Plainsman Park went to Wrigley, Camden Yards, and Fenway and stole a little bit of everything.
See the comparisons. Green Monster and Fenway's 7 feet higher. It actually sits a little closer to home plate than the War Eagle wall. There's your former coach.
Yep. Great man.
And there's the power equipment.
And there's the power station. I was
still there.
Oh yeah. It's a piece of the thing. So every time somebody gives up a loud home run, it's going, that's into the power station. It's a bit of an eyesore.
You know, the angle there, you mentioned how when the ball hits the wall, especially in the straight left field, it basically just goes straight down to the warning track. When you hit that angle part, you can send an outfielder chasing that one for a while.
Yeah, that one can get around the corner and run into the canyon quite a bit and be entertaining. But I think it was the UCF coach was going, we got to get out there and work on balls off the wall. And I was like, no, it's really easy. Wherever it hits, it's going to drop straight down onto the warning track. It doesn't go anywhere.
I don't think Coach Walsh believes you at the moment. Then got his team on the field and realized that is the case. Long hop out to Sherman Johnson, out at second to first, and they turn a pair. 31st double play turned this season by the in-state defense. And they keep the Tigers off the board for the first time in the top of the 3rd inning.
championships, confetti rains, nets are cut, joy erupts, hardware is hoisted. History happens here on ESPN, home of NCAA championships.
Well, the LSU Tigers raised that trophy in Omaha last year, but they missed the tournament for the first time in, what, 15 years, 15 tries. They'd made 14 in a row. So we will have a new champion in 2026.
Yes, we will.
See Vandy up there. They missed the tournament, too, after 19 straight.
6 straight years of SEC.
Will that streak continue?
Well, number 1 UCLA, you got Georgia Tech, got North Carolina. You got some teams in the hunt.
Alvarez so far has allowed the 2 runs. Came in the last inning of the second. NC State batting here at the bottom of the third. They're the home team in this game. Auburn's home field just missed there. 2-1. Top of the order, Rhett Johnson. Grounded to short. First time up. Saw that 28-game hitting streak end the game against UCF. On base streak still alive because he had a couple of walks. But that one out to center field and routine for Cade Ballou. That'll send up second baseman Luke Nixon. Let's take a look at this crowd. Bladesman Park. Great Saturday here. Another day game for the home team, the host team.
We didn't have quite this attendance last night.
We did not.
This crowd is waiting for more action.
Yeah, they didn't have to wait long today. Unlike yesterday for the Tiger fans. Great look at Plainsman Park. Inside edge at 94, taken for a strike. Look at some of the numbers. Regular season attendance of over 180,000 at over 8,000 against Texas. Nixon finds the hole on the right side. He extends his hitting streak to 15 games for Luke Nixon.
It's a nice piece of hitting. He had a hit last year against Alvarez, and this one, it's a fastball middle of the plate. Pulls it through the 43 hole. And NC State, knowing they got to kickstart this offense. Good time right now, middle of the lineup coming up.
First baseman Chris McHugh has popped out to second in 0 for 1 after a 2-hit game against UCF. New York native, played a season at VCU his true freshman year 2 years ago in 2024. Takes that breaking ball inside. McHugh, really nice first year. He transferred to NC State a year ago, made all ACC second team. Very similar numbers this year that he had last year at his first year with the Pack.
He really worked in the offseason on trying to stay more in the center of the field.
Alvarez has been close with a couple pitches here, but he's behind 3-0. Chris McHugh. A little bit low, and that gets the ire of the crowd. Kind of quiet here for a while. They didn't like that though, but They've been a bit down, and it's ball 4 to McHugh.
All right, 3-0. We don't have the ABS system. This is just a wow. And McHugh, as he's walking up the line, was like, yep. That's one where nobody knows where the pitch was.
Of course, the SEC tournament had the ABS.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to watch that dynamic in play.
I was just finding it funny, just, watching some guys early on going, what's their registering of the strike zone? And my first opinion was, do not let a pitcher touch his hat.
No, absolutely. You're right.
Don't even do it. You have no idea where that ball's landing. You have no concept of what the strike zone is. You just see where the catcher ends up framing it. Stay away from the top of your head.
That is good self-awareness for you, being a longtime former Major League Baseball pitcher, to recognize. I mean, the catcher obviously is the one that has the best look.
Yeah.
They should be the one doing the tapping on the helmet.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to, I had some things back when I was pitching where I would argue and look at umpires strangely, and then my catcher would get me after the game going, dude, that was a ball.
Yeah.
And then there was at least 1 or 2 times where I walked over to the umpire's room after the game and said, hey, man, I'm sorry, and apologized for it. And later on in Baltimore, I would tell my catchers, hey, I know you're working on framing, but when I'm throwing a bullpen, I need to see where things are landing so that I understand what's going on with my pitching and I can make my adjustments. And if you're framing everything up, I'm thinking I'm on time and I'm on target. And so I was like, please, just catch it where it lands.
Chop right side. That's speared by Bingaman, and then that ball gets by. Crane couldn't come up with it into left field, where it's picked up by Terrell. Nixon scoots in. McHugh all the way to third and down to second. Goes Ty Head, and now NC State's just clawing their way back a little bit at a time, and now it's 10-3.
Yeah, you get the ground ball that you want. Bingaman comes over on the run and just guides that ball straight into the dirt. And McCrane has no chance. Got the runner sliding in at his feet. And if you want to overcome a 10-0 deficit, you're going to have some help, and that's a big help right there.
So the throwing error has opened the door with now runners at second and third, and suddenly, they're one base hit away from perhaps cutting what was a 10-run lead in half. And still only in the third inning, and that ball's hit towards right center field. It's going to be deep enough to get the run home from third. McHugh tags. He'll score. Head even advances from second over to third base. Sac fly for Ryan, his 34th RBI, and it's 10-4. Don't count out the Wolfpack yet.
No, I mean, I'm sure they would love to get this 2-out hit right here, make it 10-5, and it's going to start feeling like a whole different ball game in both dugouts. What went from 10-0, now it's 10-5, and all the offense has moved over to the Wolfpack.
Well, 10-0 Auburn after an inning and a half. Since then, 4 unanswered for NC State. And a chance here with 2 outs. Sherman Johnson. Ground ball to shortstop, and unable to come up with it cleanly, but the throw to first now gets away. It does score ahead from third base. And now defensively, Auburn having some issues, and NC State's right back in the game. That's the second error, back-to-back plays for the Auburn defense.
Just a routine ground ball to shortstop. Kicks up just a shade. And McCrane knowing he's got to go and get it. Go down as an E6. And man, Sherman Johnson is slow getting back to that bag. He had to kick it up a notch, and I don't think we've really seen him have to kick it.
With this back injury, you can look at that posture after he gets past the base.
Yeah, we've seen him kind of coast into third base a couple times, but we haven't seen him kick it up. That was slow moving getting back to that bag, but Auburn kind of letting the Wolfpack in right here.
And for those who haven't seen a totally healthy Sherman Johnson run, he can move.
Yeah,
he can run.
No, he's a great ball player.
Here's Dalton Bargo. So it's been a 3-run inning. The help of a couple of defensive miscues here by the Tigers has gotten NC State back in this game. Now Bargo sends one deep to right field, and watch out, here comes the pack. It's gone from 10-0 to 10-7. Bargo's 8th of the year, and wow, in a hurry, we've got a game again.
Bargo has been one of their guys getting some runs in. This is a hanging curveball, just so you can see the spin's just a little bit off. Bargo, you hang it, I banged it.
And the 2 errors have allowed the door to stay open here in this inning. That's led to several unearned runs, but runs nonetheless. Only down by 3 now.
All 5 are unearned. I got to do my ghost runner math thing.
Ghost official scoring. All 5 runs are unearned.
Takes a little while to play the ghost runner game in the hypothetical.
Yes.
Bingaman throws it to second and he's out, and it's 1st and 3rd with 2 outs, and then the sac fly would have been the 3rd out and no runs scored.
Wiggins, the 8th man to come up in this inning. And he bunts it right near the plate, foul.
That must be the new trend now that I'm not aware of. The guy in front of you hits a bomb, and then you come up and the defense is falling asleep, so you lay down a bunt. You know, Guevara did it in the 1st. I guess it's a trend going on right now.
Is it? Let's see what Wiggins wants to do here. With 2-2 count, he's obviously going to be swinging away. Puts that one towards the middle. This won't be an easy play, and that gets through. Probably going to be scored a base hit, and it will be for Wiggins. And the inning keeps going.
It's just a chop, dry infield dirt. I feel like McCrane running right in front of Rembert kind of took his eye off the ball, and Rembert was not able to make the play, but I don't think that Rembert's going to make that play and throw out the speedy Wiggins. The only one that had a chance was McCrane.
That's going to bring a visit here with Auburn trying to get that elusive 3rd out of the inning. Now the Wolfpack entered the bottom of the 2nd down 10-0. Keep in mind, Coach Avent retiring at the end of the season. If they lose this game, that's the end of his run as head coach after 30 years for the Pack. His team not going to go away. 7 runs, 5 of them here in the inning, all unearned. If Auburn fans thought maybe they were going to have a laugher here, they're not laughing right now.
No, but I mean, to put it in perspective, Bingaman has a .994 fielding percentage. McCrane at shortstop's at .986. This is an Auburn defense that has played at a .977 fielding percentage, which is really good. And so far today, 5 unearned runs. Well, you know what? I mean, the Auburn fans knew they were coming to watch a good ball game against an ACC high-end opponent. Well, now you got a little bit of stress involved.
Yeah, it was interesting. Just as that fear was coming to the plate, the Auburn fans, they were applauding here, kind of like saying, all right, let's go, boys. Let's get out of this.
Well, I think yesterday shook everybody in Auburn to the core.
Yeah, that one shocked a lot of people, and how it happened so quickly. I mean, before, a lot of people even got in their seats. But normally that's what you say, but most people here are here before first pitch. Before they knew what happened, all of a sudden it was like, wait a minute, it's 4-0. It's 6-0. It's 10-0. They were on the other end of that yesterday.
Well, and then they were like, okay, you know what, we'll bounce back, and expecting what NC State has done and bounced back quickly.
We'll say well to center field, but Ballou back to make the catch. Dead center. 9 batters come to the plate, 5 score, all unearned. 10-7 at the end of 3. Auburn leading in this elimination game. When we come back, an opportunity to get legendary coach Elliott Avent with the headset off. Stick around.
Fargo answers the bell.
Now 10-7 going to the top of the 4th. Let's chat the legendary head coach of the Wolfpack, Elliott Avent. Down 10-0. I know they gave you a little help with the 2 errors there, but what's changed with the offense here in the last few innings?
Oh, I don't know. That guy's really tough. We faced him here last year in the regional, and he is really, really tough. But I think we've had some great at-bats, especially down 10-0. Can take the wind out of yourselves pretty quick, but you got to give a lot of credit to our guys. They have fought, they have battled, they've done everything they can, and right now Heath is keeping us in the game. Just it was tough for Consiglio. I think he went out there and overheated a little bit, and we couldn't get him out quick enough. But anyway, he's done a good job. But this is a tough Auburn ball club.
Hey, all right, 30 years at NC State. How hard was it for you to sit there and you bring in Andrews going, I can't push any more buttons right now. I got to sit back and watch.
Yeah, it's not a lot of buttons to push right now, unless I got a old buddy of mine, Greg Olson, who's willing to go down that bullpen and come in. Unless you're willing to do that, I don't have a lot of buttons left to push.
Oh, don't hold your breath on that one, Coach. We'll let you go.
All right.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate it. He's a classic.
He is a classic. He was trying to use me last night, too. I can't go back-to-back nights anymore.
Oh, what age can do. 23 regional appearances. Trips to the Men's College World Series, including 2 years ago. Wow. Where did that?
By the camera.
Right through there.
Bub Terrell was so out front of this ball. I mean, I can't tell you how far out front. It was like almost behind him.
It's hard to do. Take his base here.
When we were talking to Butch Thompson on Thursday, I asked him, you know, who's the guy that ignites this offense for you? If you had one guy, and he said it was Bub Terrell, which kind of surprised me because Rembert, you know, first team All-SEC, but a couple of sophomores that have been on the Plains and have really gotten it done at a high level.
Terrell's on to begin the inning. Probably didn't think we'd be saying this a couple innings ago, but now you almost feel like Auburn's got to come up with some kind of offensive response, even though they've already scored 10 runs. Club took off. Lanfear popped up trying to get a little quicker movement and release and never came up with it. Terrell takes second base.
Terrell has not been much of a threat to steal bases, but got a good jump on that one. You're going to see Auburn, you know, normally you would sit back and think, like we talked about with the 8 runs yesterday, 10 runs, and that pitching staff should be good to go. Not today.
Bingaman takes out of the zone for Terrell, his 4th steal in 6 tries. Alvarez had a 3-up, 3-down first inning, but since then, the second and third, he's really had to work. Didn't get help defensively, a couple of errors. Had the 5 unearned runs. Thinking that was ball 4. Bingaman discarded the bat. The plate umpire Alan Gorwitz says that's a strike.
I have found in my history that doing that does not go over very well with the home plate umpires.
Well, he gets another reprieve and hits one deep to right center field and says instead of walking, I'll hit it out of the ballpark. I hope you're not a lip reader. Second homer of the game for Bingaman.
3-1 cutter in a pretty good location. Bingaman goes deep on a cutter to left. This one he goes, you know what? All right. You're not going to walk me? I'll make you pay. Wow.
Well, just what I was saying, you felt like Auburn needed to do something offensively again here, and they have. But an odd little sequence when Bingaman thinks it's ball 4, and on the very next pitch, just absolutely hammers one out to right center.
Well, I mean, that's what he's been doing all year. It's been home runs to all fields, all different pitches. You don't really have a safe place to go. And, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, in the world that Auburn's in and NC State of now going, I have to win Saturday, 2 Sunday, 1 Monday. I got to save as much pitching as I can. If I can boat race somebody and get a 10-run rule after 7, then I am absolutely going to put the hammer down and get this game over with and use as little pitching as I can.
It's a 4-homer game so far for Auburn. 4-time Auburn has had 4+ homers in a game this season. We're just in the top of the 4th inning. Brandon McCrane offering it the first pitch breaking ball. It's 61 pitches now out of the bullpen for Heath Andrews. Came on for the starter, Cooper Consiglio. Only able to go a third of an inning. balls and a strike. Crane's been hit by a pitch and walked, so no official time at bat yet today. So interesting what you mentioned about for these teams in the losers bracket, you got to win 4 times to get out of here, make it to the supers. Ball's lined to center field. Coming in though, Ty Head makes the catch for the second out. So it's not only about winning a game, it's doing it in a fashion where you might not want to use your entire arsenal just to try to have something for if you get past that game. It's a fine line to walk.
It really is, and you're trying to save pitching. You're trying to get some guys some usage and save your guys as much as you can. So I'd like to correct myself. There is no 10-run rule. I apologize.
There is in the regular season.
We've been using it all season.
Yeah.
But even at that point, it's still too early to call off dogs in the 4th inning.
So 12-7 game with the 2 runs here. Ball's whacked into center field. Once again for Ty Head. But Bingaman, who thought perhaps he had ball 4, saw another pitch and did this.
Been doing it all year. Freshman sensation. Hammers a 3-1 cutter, and yeah, exactly my thought.
Well, as you see on the line score, Auburn got out to a quick 10-0 lead, and NC State whittled it away down to a 3-run deficit. That's back to 5 thanks to Bingaman's second homer of the game in the top of the inning, a 2-run shot. So 4 home runs for the number 4 national seed Auburn Tigers. And NC State coming up for just the 4th time in the game. It seems like it should be more.
Certainly feels like it.
Let's see how Alvarez fares here in inning number 4. Starts with a fastball at 94. So only 7% of those that lose the opening game make that run of 4 straight and advance to supers. So it is a difficult road.
Yeah, you got to beat the same team twice. Got to beat them Sunday and then come back on Monday. And you got to have the pitching depth to be able to do it.
With facing a team in what would be game 3 of 4 that you're trying to win in a row, facing a team that is relatively speaking well rested and has only played twice.
Yeah. Yeah, and they arguably, everybody's got their number 3 conference starter in line.
Shortstop McCrane on target. Retire Rhett Johnson, go for 3. So yes, 1 out. That's going to send up the Pack's second baseman, Luke Nixon. This guy just has tough outs written all over him.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely agree. Nice swing, really nice approach. Had a pretty good regional here last year, 5 for 17 with a home run and 4 RBI.
Luke singled with 1 out in the 3rd. That eventually led to a 5-run inning. Past the drawn in third baseman Guevara into left field. Nixon's base hit last time up went to right. That one goes to left. He can spray it wherever you're going to throw it. He can take you the other way if he needs to.
No, he does a nice job. Auburn's in a shift. So McCrane at shortstop is way up the middle, almost behind the bag at second. Guevara guarding against the bunt, so he's sitting in the 56 hole right on the grass. Big open space, and Nixon lets the ball get deep and shoots it through the 56 hole.
So 1 on, 1 out. Chris McHugh first to check on the runner Nixon. $11 thefts for Luke Nixon this year. 5 times he's been caught. Guevara deep at third, behind the bag. First pitch swinging, strike 1 to McHugh.
He looked like he was trying to do some damage right there, Mark.
Got to go down after one and try to hit one over that wall again. Lays off the breaking ball away.
See, that's why I could never tap my cap with ABS.
You thought that was a strike?
I thought that was a strike.
Yeah, you don't need that responsibility.
I mean, breaking ball, bottom of the zone.
Yeah.
Where did it come through at the front of the plate? Now, the ABS system uses a 2-dimensional look, whereas the actual strike zone is more of a 3-dimensional cone going up to the top of the strike zone. So,
golf sat towards third, speared by Guevara, out at second, relay in time. Well, Guevara hadn't been getting a whole lot of help defensively, but he does in this inning. A 5-4-3, 36 double play turned by the Tigers.
You want to see what all SEC defensive player looks like? He gets a skid off the grass, 5-4-3, double play out of the inning.
Regionals presented by Capital One. High-scoring game here in this elimination game. The number 4 national seed Auburn Tigers got out to a 10-0 lead. That was cut to 10-7, now 12-7. We're joined by the head coach of the Tigers, Butch Thompson. Hey, Coach, let me just kind of start. What was the mentality? What was the thought after yesterday's game, getting ready here now for the elimination game?
Got to keep playing, got to keep showing up, got to keep getting the leadoff man on. And, you know, this park in May, you're really seeing how offensive this park is. So me and Elliott, I don't think we're going to be too comfortable no matter what the score is the rest of this way.
Hey, when was the last time that your defense let you down? I can't think of one.
Yep, I agree, and that's part of the reason why we've been so good. A couple of extra ones there we could have shaved down. It was nice to see them come back here and make a couple of nice plays. I actually took a tough hop on Guevara there to start that 5-4-3, which was much needed.
Yeah, really nice turn there, 5-4-3. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks so much, Butch.
Thanks guys.
Butch.
Yep.
Head Coach Butch Thompson in season 11. Well, you played here for a lot of years. So, you know, May, almost June now. The humidity, it can get it to be a very offensive park, so to speak, with the run scoring.
Yeah, it can be.
That?
I mean, that's a short wall and left,
yeah,
to be honest with you, at 315. Left center's legit. Center field, I mean, there's deeper ballparks across the SEC. And so you start looking around, 361's not that deep out in right center. So I think Butch is doing a little bit of motivating and also talking about, hey, you know what, that was a really nice bounce back inning. You know, I need you to keep going strong. I need you out there to eat up a couple more innings. Your work's not finished.
Yeah, there is a lot of game left to play here. The top of the order up here for Auburn. The top of the 5th inning, Mason McCrane. A couple of hits his first 2 times up. Both those at-bats came in the first inning. And they sent 13 batters to the plate and scored 8 times. Mason McCrane, younger brother of Brandon McCrane, the shortstop. A few raindrops falling here. Some of the folks looking for a little bit of cover. It's been that kind of week here in this part of the country in the southeast. Now that intensity picks up a little bit. It's twisting down the left field side. A long run for Rhett Johnson as well as the shortstop. And the catch is made by the left fielder Johnson.
This is actual rain, Mark.
It is. We've had some delays where we had kind of watched it not rain, but it's raining now. In fact, between games that we've had today, we had the resumption of the suspended game about noon today. It actually rained really hard for about 20 minutes here. Again, it was between games. They had the tarp on the field. Appeal is denied. The first base umpire Eddie Newsom. Guevara on base all 3 times. 2 walks in the first inning. Singled last time. He lines that the other way, and McHugh, step or 2 to his right, catches that. So they retire Guevara for the first time today.
Well, did about the exact same thing in the 3rd inning. Shot one through, and McHugh makes a little bit more of an adjustment and gets over into the 43 hole. This time it does not work. Here comes the sun. Everybody go sit down.
Says Greg Olson, the man who is sitting in the covered broadcast booth. First pitch down low. We have nice accommodations, even though you're looking through the raindrops from the outfield camera. It's nice and dry in here. Like you said, the sun's peeking out there. They're anticipating this is a fairly quick passing shower.
Well, we've had enough weather delays and everything else, so.
I would say we've had our share, but we're not the only regional site that's been dealing with it. And most of them in this section of the country in the southeast.
That's part of the operating procedure. You get used to it. You get rain and weather delays. You just hope it's not too much and doesn't affect anybody's starting pitching or pitching.
So it is still raining, but as you can see, the sun's now shining on the field. So somewhere there's got to be a rainbow, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, do you want me to take my eyes off the game and go look at that? I can go looking for the rainbow. I can leave the booth and.
I know you got a sentimental side. The fans came ready though. They read the forecast.
No, they just know every day it rains.
3-0 pitch. Fralick takes a strike. So it is raining and sunny at the same time. Those fans underneath the canopy, though, are all right.
They're looking at everybody else going, wait, just sit down.
Big rip. Spin rate over 2,800 out of the hand of Heath Andrews.
Yeah, that's a nice breaking ball. You see why he's had a lot of success. Really nice breaking ball.
3-2 delivery. Check, did he? Ball 4. Travis Carlson at third base says he did hold up. So that's a 2-out walk given to Chase Fralick here in the top of the 5th. Got to get to that rosin bag, keep that pitching hand dry as possible.
That's the hard part when it rains. The baseball's not necessarily getting wet. It's just that your hands are getting wet, and then your uniform gets wet, and then the only thing that you can really go to is the rosin bag and so he's trying to dry the back of his hand because it's dripping onto the front of his hand. See, if they give the pitchers that stuff and let me be all sticky, we'd be just fine.
That sounds highly illegal, but
it's apparently illegal, yes.
Apparently illegal?
Yeah, it's apparently illegal.
Yes. Many years ago in MLB, they really kind of cracked down on the sticky substance.
That's been forever.
Yeah. The time goes fast. Here's Chris Rimbert. A single with a bunt base hit back in the first.
See, I would think that the hitters would want me to have a good grip on the baseball.
That was always the argument that the pitchers made when Major League Baseball, which is now why they always, in here too, where they check the gloves, the hand, the wrist and stuff for any kind of sticky substance.
No, that was, what, 8 years ago?
Yeah, I want to say 8 years ago. That's not that long ago.
The spider tack?
Yeah.
Now, we had guys that would have their gloves would have a little splotch of pine tar, or they'd have pine tar somewhere on a belt, or not I.
Sure. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It is raining and sunny at the same time. Five-run game in favor of Auburn in this elimination game. Top of the 5th. Chop's going to be tough play as softly as it's hit. Johnson has no play. Rimbert, an infield hit, his second base hit of the game, as he had the bunt base hit back in the first. And after getting the first 2, Andrews sees a walk and a little dribbler hit. 2 on, 2 outs.
Yeah, you said it. That's going to be a really tough play, and Johnson was the only one that would have a chance cutting in front. And he wisely kept it in his pocket. Nothing good was going to happen. Rembert was already getting to the bag. Baseball's all wet.
And he gives a 2-out chance to Bub Terrell, who's walked a couple of times and has an RBI ground out. There's the hack. And if you're in C-State, this is a spot you really got to be careful. And he fouled that one off a leg. He took a pickoff throw off the ribs earlier in the game.
It's late in the season for these guys. They're getting a little beat up, and
or a lot beat up.
That certainly doesn't help.
Ooh, that's a shin burger right there. That hurts.
The bad thing about me, Mark, is I'm throwing it again.
Why? Of course.
I mean,
if you're a pitcher, why not?
it's World Wrestling Federation. Like, you got a weak spot, I'm going after it again, and he did.
One was a little, I think, more up than he wanted it to be.
Yeah. But if you foul a two-seam fastball on me down on your ankle, I'm throwing it again.
2 outs. Bub Terrell. Tops the foul. Bubba was selected by Toronto in the 19th round of the 2025 draft. High school. Came to Auburn last year as a freshman, SEC all-freshman team. We talked to him a couple of days ago. I said, what's the difference freshman year to this year? He said, as a freshman, believe it or not, I was a little too passive. Took too many pitches. Took too many pitches.
Yeah, that response pretty much shocked me.
Yeah. Check. Again, no swing.
I was too passive. I mean, I'm thinking back to his freshman year. And, no. There wasn't a swing he got cheated on. But
one area the numbers are going way up. You know, he hit 5 homers as a freshman last year. He's leading the team with 16 now this season.
Well, he got benched against Florida in game 2, where he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And since then has hit 19 of 20 games, 8 home runs or so since then.
Bounces it behind first and fielded on the short hop by McHugh. And NC State ends the 2-out threat. Couple of runners left on by the Tigers. 12-7, Auburn.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
Well, Supers next weekend, and then Omaha with the 8 left begins June 12th. This is an elimination game between the number 4 national seed Auburn and NC State. A number of big storylines in this game. Number 1, Auburn trying to avoid a quick out here as the number 4 national seed at NC State. Their 30-year head coach, Elliot Avin, who's announced his retirement at the end of the season. Danger of seeing their season come to an end in his 30-year run. He's happy the rain stopped.
Yeah, I think everybody's happy.
First pitch swinging ahead. Shallow center field. Blue, the glasses on, makes the catch. ESPN, your home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals, and for around-the-clock multi-game coverage, you can scan that QR code ESPN Plus subscribers, your access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. If you hop over to Squeeze Play, you'll see Chris Button's got the day shift today with Runes, Mike Rooney, and of course Chris Burke as well.
Chris Burke, yep. They're there till the end.
They put some hours in the studio. Now, Matt Schick will come in later tonight, give Chris a little relief, but Runes and Burke are there, man.
Don't you feel like Runes is like happiest right now?
And Berkey, I mean, those guys are going to be sitting in the studio watching baseball, for at least 12 hours. And I don't think there's no place else on the planet they'd rather be right now. Except maybe in a game like this here at Plainsman Park, but they get to see a little bit of all the games.
Yeah, they're having a blast.
0-2 pitch to Ryan. It's sent in the air to left field. Bub gave it a look. You can tell that guy knows how to play that left field here. Had the sunglasses, looking up like, all right, this is going to be coming in for out number 2.
Yep, makes it look easy out there. Started his career out here in right field and moved over to left and knows how to play it. Yeah, sun getting to be an issue here in a little bit.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, sun's
compared
good.
to the other issue, the other side of that. Nice look here. Our center field camera at the great crowd, Plainsman Park, on this Saturday afternoon. Peel. Eddie Newsom says Sherman held up.
Alvarez had his first 1-2-3 inning last inning. See a little uptick in velo on the fastball, up to 96. At pitch 86 is thoroughly impressive.
Had a pretty quick first, and in the second and third, he threw almost 60 pitches. So that 2-inning span, and when NC State got back in the game, scored 7 runs combined in those 2 innings. Cut a 10-0 deficit down to 3. Johnson has reached twice, once on a hit, once on an error. Behind the bag at third, foul. For a play that didn't count, that was pretty sweet from Guevara right there. That throw was right on the money. He was basically in the coach's box at third base. We don't show a foul ball replay very often, but this one deserves it. Watch him off the foot.
Yeah, that's it. And then he just goes running by the dugout. It's like a little Manny Machado, atmosphere over there at third base. And that is high praise for me to throw a Manny Machado at a third baseman.
Well, a chance. Guevara. A little wide, but Bingham able to keep the foot on the base. So there's a 3-up, 3-down inning once again for Alvarez. Tigers, they bat in the top of the 6th. You see the freshman Ethan Bingaman, who's gone deep twice today.
And he's gone deep on the same pitch, different arms, different fields. First one's a cutter in the middle of the plate, left field. This one's a nice pitch, cutter down and away. And he goes Apo Taco. Knocked in 3 of the 12 runs.
Tell you what, to get it out there.
That's a long, long ways.
Bingaman leads off. The interesting part of the story from his last home run a couple innings ago is he took a 3-0 pitch he thought was ball 4, but it discarded the bat. It was called a strike, and on the very next pitch is when he hit that home run, 2-run shot to right.
That doesn't happen very often, where you see a guy throw the bat, have to walk back halfway to the dugout, get the bat, and then stays re-engaged and locks in and goes deep.
He's slicing this into the right field corner, and he's off to the races. Wiggins has to chase it. A turn at second, but holding there. Bingaman's 8th double of the season, his 3rd extra base hit of this game alone.
Fastball down and away, and he stays inside of it again, carves it down the right field line. 107 off the bat. This ball is blistered, and I don't know what that is.
You're not hip to the
I don't know the name of it. No, I don't know the name of it.
Somebody on social media can probably clue you in, because I can't help you. Johnson's in tight at 3rd with Ballou up. So look at that defense. Johnson now backing up off the grass. That's to right center field. Sends head looking up and over the right center field fence. His 2nd home run of the game for Cade Ballou.
Came into the game with 1 home run. Cut fastball away that doesn't do a whole lot. Another cement mixer, and Ballou gets out there and hooks it. Almost the same spot as his 1st home run, just doubled his home run output.
Yeah, I hit the big headline there that you jumped right on. 1 home run on the season coming in, and now 2 in his last 3 at bats. That's chopped by Brandon McCrane out of the infield. He is his first hit of the day. And a 10-run lead that was cut to 3 is now back up to 7 after Ballou's 2nd 2-run home run of the day.
They get this kind of production from the bottom of the lineup. We're talking about Cade Ballou and Belza, which have been guys that have not been traditional guys in the lineup. Gotten the call the last 2 days and have really produced.
Well, Heath Andrews had really stabilized things on the mound for NC State after giving up 10 runs in the first couple innings, but a 2-run home run for Ballou will bring about his departure. So a pitching change here for NC State in this elimination game at Auburn. Baloo, a couple of home runs. Maybe that one a couple batters prior to his departure. Oh, it's tarps off again.
Tarps off.
The craze that is going all around baseball. Here comes Ryder Garino in the game, a sophomore for NC State.
Garino transfer from South Carolina, fastball 87 to 91, cutter, slider, change. 19th appearance, 3-5 with a 6.50 ERA.
Actually catching a little sun up there. So Andrews finished. I tell you what, the 6 and 7 hole hitters, those two batters for Auburn have been absolutely incredible. Bingaman and Baloo are a combined 6 of 8 with 4 homers, a double, 6 runs scored, and 7 RBIs. Those two guys combined.
That's getting some serious damage. I was talking about Baloo and Bells that's coming up right now, where these guys have not been regulars in the lineup. And a lot of production from guys that Gabe Gross and Butch Thompson have plugged in here in this regional.
Well, we're right next door to Jordan Hare Football Stadium. It's a 14-7 game here right now. And I don't think the scoring is over.
I don't either. I think there's going to be a field goal here or there.
Just a field goal, no touchdowns?
Well, there might be 2 field goals.
Good look at just exactly where Plainsman Park sits. Tell you what, that upper deck, Jordan Hare. That's scraping the sky up there. There's Taylor Bells.
Yeah.
No balls, 2 strikes. It's been a really good 2 days for Belza. 2 hits yesterday. Their RBI singled the 8-run first today. Deep breath for Garino, trying to pick up the first out here in the top of the 6th. Runner goes. There's the throw down to second base. Good throw. Got him. We'll see if Butch Thompson wants to challenge this. Nice throw by Lanphier.
Yeah, McCrane got a great jump at Lanphier. I think he got him.
I did too.
11th caught stealing for Lanphier. You can see McCrane at second base going, man, I thought I was in there. And Mikey Ryan getting the throw a little bit up the line and dropping the glove on him.
Little check swing. It's going to send that foul over the screen. Yeah, the tag from Ryan was right on the hip. Crane as he went sliding in, and it was, I think that lead hand on the head first slide was still 3 or 4 inches from touching the bag.
No, it's a great call at second base.
And obviously no challenge there by the Tigers. They asked for the appeal. No cut. McCrane, Mason McCrane takes a strike. There's the brothers. We had a chance to talk to the brother on the right, the older one, that being Brandon. So what's the difference between you two? He said, number one, it's about 14 months. Separation by birth. So he said, my younger brother, much more immature. So apparently that 14 months makes a big difference from the maturity scale.
Yeah, that was about all he said, too, wasn't it? 14 months and a lot more immature.
2-2 pitch. Just got a piece of it. There they are growing up.
That's pretty cool.
So the older brother, Brandon's, 3 inches shorter, number of pounds lighter as well. He said, you know what, the dad's side of the family is the taller side. So he said he thinks his brother, Mason, got more from the dad's side for that height. And he's using it here to send it to the canyon to left center, and that's going to take a bounce. Finally picked up by head the center fielder. And the younger brother, Mason McCrane, standing at second with his 3rd hit of the game. I'm not sure what that celebration is either.
The same one. All right, this is some serious pop. If you're able to do this with this swing, two-seamer down and in, he stays inside of it. And Gabe Gross a couple weeks ago, we were talking to him, and who's got the most pop? And he really thought it was Mason McCrane. And that is some serious pop with a two-seam fastball in to do that. Oppo into the canyon.
On a double, so SEC freshman tied for second. Number 11. Guevara on base 3 times, 2 walks, a single. Lined out to first base, Chris McHugh last time. Falls behind, 3 balls and no strikes. Seven extra base hits today for Auburn. 5 homers, 2 doubles. Delivery from Ryder Garino. Just missed, and he walks him. So the 3rd walk issued to Guevara today. Well, the Women's College World Series continues tonight, 7 Eastern here on ESPN. Yeah, the 4 seed Nebraska. They will face top seeded Alabama in the double elimination round. Also streaming on the ESPN app. Teams have already been sent home at Oklahoma City. And it's a big game tonight. Jordy from Nebraska, that top seed Alabama going at it tonight. The day started for Chase Fralick. The 3-run home run is the 3rd batter of the game. Came up later in that first inning. Picked up his 4th RBI of the frame thanks to a ground out.
4 RBI in the first inning. That's going to set your day off on a good note.
It's the strike call that time. It's the 4th batter that Garino has faced since coming in the game in relief. Heath Andrews. That ball's hammered towards right center field. It is going to drop, take a couple of hops onto the track. And it is going to score 2. Throw to the plate late. As Guevara cruises in. Well, if you thought 4 RBIs was nice, how about 6? 2 more there on a double.
There's that flat swing I was talking about. Changeup left elevated out, over, and up, and that is a no-go. Fralick right on time, drills this thing. 101 exit velocity. And Auburn continues to add. Since that 7-run output from NC State, Auburn has answered with 6 of their own.
Yeah, 10-0 Auburn lead after an inning and a half was cut to 10-7 at the end of 3. And suddenly it's ballooned back up to 9 here in the top of the 6th. Fouled off by Chris Rimbert.
I feel like Rembert's been quiet too, and he's only 2 for 4.
Well, all the extra base hits for Auburn today has kind of been overshadowed, but this has been one of the main offensive cogs. A guy who's a sophomore but is draft eligible. One of the MLB scouts have him going late in the first round. The upcoming draft. First team All SEC this year. The lone Tiger first team All SEC this year. Two outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's a live ball. Throw goes to third, and there's the catch of Fralick using his wheels. He gets in just ahead of the throw.
We're getting a little bit of a look of Lanfear and the catch and throw guy. This ball gets away from him, but man, Fralick's got to go because this play ends up getting a lot closer than it would be if the ball goes into the backstop.
Charged as a wild pitch. And straight back by Rimbert. Head coach Elliot Avent, his team had clawed back within 3, but now the mountain's pretty high again at 9. Trying to extend his 30-year run another day. Ground ball right side, hits the lip and kicks into right field. Another base hit for Rimbert, his 3rd of the game. They've all been singles, but this one drives in a run. It's 44 knock of the season, and the lead is back to 10.
Well, that's what Rimbert has done so well, is he is able to stay inside the ball, and he uses all fields, doesn't try to pull too much. His home runs will be pull side. But a lot of his base hits will be through second base.
Bub Terrell will be the 9th batter to come up in this inning for the Tigers.
They got on that caught stealing. They get Bells on the strikeout, so they get a double play right there. And so all of a sudden after that, it goes double walk, double single.
That is a called strike. Check on the base runner. It's been a 5-run inning here. The top of the 6th for the Auburn Tigers. High in the air down the left field side. Rhett Johnson giving chase. Comes back right along the line in fair territory to make the catch. 9 batters come to the plate, 5 more score for the Tigers. 5 runs on 6 hits in that inning. And of course, 1 left the yard.
Cade Ballou doubling his output for home runs all year. Came in with 1, he's got 2 today.
first elimination game, and it's an SEC-ACC matchup. In the winner's bracket later tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, we have your classic Big 12 Horizon League matchup.
Yeah.
In the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean.
How about that?
Yeah, Milwaukee with the shocker, UCF being one of the rare 2 seeds to get into the winner's bracket. They hold serve and did what they were supposed to do.
You look at that line score, and you can tell, obviously, this has been a back-and-forth game, and the back went with a 5-run top half of this inning. We got a point now here in the bottom of the 6th. NC State had cut a 10-run lead down to 3. It's back to 10. It begins with Dalton Bargo here in the bottom half of the inning. He has reached twice. RBI single the second. 2-run homer to right an inning later.
Bargo's got 5 of the NC State 10 RBI.
Omaha native, West Side High School.
So there's 2 Omaha people here, we think.
At least 2, because you are one as well as Dalton Bargo.
He at least got the opportunity to go back and play in Omaha. I never did.
Hey, what's the story that got you down to the Plains from Omaha, Nebraska to play college baseball?
They were recruiting me early, and I had it down to Arizona, Mississippi State, Auburn, Arkansas, and took a trip down here, loved it. And while I was down here on my trip,
out to shortstop, that's McCrane from the other side of the infield on the second base side. That throws him out for the first out. Well, ESPN, the home of MLB.TV. You can stream every out-of-market game live or on demand using the ESPN app. Blackout and other restrictions apply. For more information, go to ESPN.com/MLB.TV. Give me the conclusion of the story.
well, on my recruiting trip, Bo Jackson's on the team, and it's a very offensive team. Well, they were playing #1 ranked Mississippi State with Rafael Palmeiro, Will Clark, Bobby Thigpen, and Jeff Brantley on that squad that went to Omaha, and they swept them here. And I'm kind of looking around the room going, wow, Mississippi State's one of the other teams that I was thinking about going to. And all those 4 guys were leaving. And Auburn just swept them here. I got to think about that.
The pitcher was thinking about his own run support.
I'm thinking about a lot of run support, yeah. those dudes could rake.
And the rest is history. Here's Andrew Wiggins. Knocked in a run with a ground out in the second, had a single in the third. You know, the 30 for 30, the Thunder and Lightning, every time that comes up, it's kind of like Shawshank Redemption. You just stop and you just watch it. You know, it's like, oh, man, so cool.
Yeah, those guys were fun to watch. Not so fun to face, though, when I got to see them in the big leagues. But, yeah, they were fun to watch.
And great for the sport back in that day.
Yeah. No, really, I mean, brought an electricity to college baseball. Coach Ron Polk, one of the great ones.
That's a fun guy to have a little conversation with as well.
He still gets me. It's like, I cannot believe that you did not come to Mississippi State.
See the pitch count right at 100. So Alvarez hits the century mark, 4th 100-plus pitch game this season. Ray Alvarez. 3-2 pitch, framed by Fralick, but not good enough, says plate umpire Alan Gorwitz. And out of all that, Wiggins earns a walk.
Pretty good location, pretty close, and Wiggins with a good eye. He's had a nice tournament himself, very explosive bat. And you get a pinch hitter.
Vincent DiCarlo is going to come off the bench. Freshman out of Jesuit High School in Tampa. We'll bat here with the catcher, Lanfear.
DiCarlo hitting .242 on the year.
.33 at bats on the season for him. Another strike poured in there by Dre Alvarez. Oh, 2 pitch. Carlo just kind of guides it in the air, right side on the infield. First baseman wants it, and Ethan Bingaman hauls it in for the second out.
I got to believe Butch Thompson's trying to get Alvarez through this inning. It looks like a lefty standing there waiting patiently in the bullpen. Curious to see where he goes, knowing the length and amount of games that they got to run through to get back into this.
Johnson ropes one into right field. And a base hit for the NC State left fielder. He's been putting the ball in play, but that's his first base hit of the regional for a guy who came into this regional with a 28-game hitting streak.
Yeah, that's more like the Rhett Johnson that we're used to seeing. Flat plane swing, fastball elevated out over.
Got Griffin Graves, the lefty you mentioned, is watching there from the bullpen, which is stuck inside the base of the wall. I mentioned that Johnson lost the hitting streak yesterday, but he did walk a couple of times, so the on-base streak has continued, and now with that base hit, the on-base streak, Rhett Johnson's up 30 games. Nixon's been on a couple times with base hits. Nixon is a freshman, true freshman back in 2024. He had a 3-hit game in the Super Regional at Georgia. Helped catapult them to the Men's College World Series. It's down the line and right, but it's going to go foul.
Showing that pop, breaking ball down and in.
State fans not wanting to see their season in, but there's a 10-run deficit right now. Here comes the Plainsman Park crowd. Another one down the right field side. Hit pretty well, but again going foul. You know, we get to go to a lot of great places around college baseball with this job. And what I have found at Plainsman Park in my experiences here, it's a really unique crowd, extremely passionate crowd. Most ballparks, there's a kind of a rumbling level between pitches of noise. These folks can get really quiet at times because they're so focused on the game.
Yeah.
And then they will, in unison, like we just experienced right there, all of a sudden they'll all come together and start applauding. It's a very unique fan base.
Well, I mean, they're very intelligent, and they're recognizing the fact that this is Alvarez's probably last hitter.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing Everett Tiefert come out, and he's not going to take him out. Chase Fraley calls all the pitches. And so Nixon has hammered.
So when the motion went to the pin right there, you heard an audible groan from a lot of the crowd. It's a very knowledgeable fan base, and they're going to give their respect to their starter.
On a 1-2 count.
Counts. Trey Alvarez has lifted his team up 17-7 here in the bottom of the 6th. Still getting some congratulations. And a lefty comes in out of the bullpen, Griffin Graves.
Graves got a lot of swing and miss. Fastball's 91 to 94. Slider, changeup. Just the 7th appearance. Has been dealing with a little bit of an injury problem. 2-1, 6-2-3, 13 innings. Just 9 strikeouts. Yeah, I am very surprised because a couple of the breaking balls, yeah, they got hammered, but that's what lefties do on breaking balls down and in. And I thought Frelick was going out there to discuss where we're going next to get the out pitch. And Frelick ended up going out there to stall.
So Griffin Graves inherits 2 runners on, a 1-2 count, and Nixon strokes it into center field for a base hit. A fumble there by Ballou. A run scores. Wiggins comes in. Johnson all the way to third, and for Luke Nixon, his 3rd hit of the game.
How about that? Man, to get arm switched, 1-2 count. You don't know what you're getting on the new pitcher. Nixon gets a fastball out over 93. Drills it.
His 5th hit, and not yet 2 full games here of the regional.
They had a nice regional last year, 5 for 17. So, you know, he's been here, done that, and just continuing to evolve and get better.
Here's Chris McHugh. The RBI for Nixon is 45th. It's made it a 17-8 game here in the bottom of the 6th. So if you came looking for scoring today, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, so since we discussed it was 14-7, NC State went for 2.
Okay, yeah.
And Auburn got that field goal that I discussed.
That's it, make it 17-8. McHugh would like to make this a 17-10 or 11 game if he can get a hold of one here. McHugh.
Throw up a field goal?
Yeah. Walked and scored 0 for 2. 1-2 pitch from Graves. First and third with 2 outs. A run in here in the bottom of the 6th for the Pack. Down the right field side, but it's got a pretty heavy slice to it and is going to land foul. Look at Griffin Graves.
Sorry, partner. If NC State's going to crawl back into it, they need a hit right here. Don't want to wait too long. Got a chance to get at least one more in. That was a big at bat by Nixon. That man's still playing the game.
As he has been for nearly 4 decades. 30 as the head coach at NC State. That's a base hit into right field. Taking the turn at second. Nixon to third. Throw there. He's out. We got third base coach Chris Hart is pointing there, and he's going to want to challenge this. Johnson scoring on that play. But is the inning over? We'll have to wait and see.
Howitzer from McCrane out in right field. They're going to say that Guevara had his foot impeding the bag before he had the ball.
NC State is ruling the call of out on the field. Play is under further review.
So they're going to challenge it here. Again, the call on the field is out after that throw from the right fielder, Mason McCrane.
I mean, that's a cannon.
That's an incredible throw.
So I think they're saying that Guevara blocked the bag. I mean, I got him as out, but the hand runs into the foot. And he was standing there, and you're allowed to move into that position to make the catch. But he had never moved into that position. He was already there.
So you're saying as part of this review process that
is
the obstruction in play more than the out safe call is what you're saying?
I think the obstruction is what is in play. That was Coach Hart came right up right away pointing at Guevara's feet.
As a look at the operations center, the replay operations center in Pittsburgh. Well, this will be interesting to see what Pittsburgh comes back with here.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The runner is out. NC State will have no challenges remaining.
So it looks like the only part of that piece that was looked at was the out safe.
I guess, yeah.
That does end the inning. It's an 8-run lead for the Tigers.
It didn't sound like you were transferring.
The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? An elimination game from Auburn, Alabama. Lots of scoring, 17-9 through 6 innings. Here's some of the other national seeds facing elimination on this Saturday. As the first pitch swinging is a line drive off the bat of Bingham. And it's caught by Sherman Johnson, one quick out. So there's the teams, the 9 seed Southern Miss, 10 FSU, and 1 seed UCLA. You see the updates on those games in the elimination games being played. State tied with Coastal. This is Virginia Southern Miss.
A couple of games that you were maybe thinking were going to be the night games.
Indeed. Well, sent out to right field. Wiggins coast over into the alley, and that's the center fielder head that makes the catch. The two came together. What we'll call a soft collision. 2 outs.
Call this an F8.5.
Wiggins kind of giving it a look like, okay. All right, big man, your ball.
Now, if you're standing on the mound and that happens, you're just cringing, going, please just don't drop it. I'd really like that out.
Edgar Garino now into his 2nd inning of relief. They're getting the final out, or coming on in relief. Brandon McCrane. Base hit last time up. Thrown out stealing. Been hit by a pitch. And a couple of free passes today, on base 3 times. Two outs, base is empty here, top of the 7th.
NC State looking for their first 1-2-3 inning. Oh, excuse me, they had 1 in the 3rd.
And that is a walk, 2-out walk. It is the final weekend of the UFL's regular season. Coming up tomorrow, Sunday at noon Eastern on ABC, is the league-leading Orlando Storm take on the DC Defenders. That's noon Eastern tomorrow, ABC, and your ESPN app. Two-out base runner for Taylor Belza.
Mason McCrane had the weighted part of the bat there on the bat end, and it flew all the way through the end of the bat. It's supposed to stick towards the end, and he just threw it right on top of home plate in front of Belza.
Thankfully, it didn't hit anybody. Belza jumping on the first pitch. Right into center field, and had the only one able to catch this one, so no collision. He makes the play to retire the side. It is time to stretch from Plainsman Park at Auburn. 17-9 Tigers. the UCF-Milwaukee game. That's the winner's bracket. That's coming up 8 Eastern tonight on ESPN+. There's the Milwaukee Panthers coming in with their 13-8 win over Auburn yesterday to put them in the winner's bracket. And the Horizon League champs going to take on UCF a little bit later on ESPN+ in the winner's bracket. (17-9) Auburn. Tigers got out to an early 8-0 lead after an inning and a half. It was cut to 10-7 by NC State. That balloon back up to 10. Now it's at 8. And first pitch swinging, Ty Head guides that out into left field. Looks like Bub wants a piece of that. Terrell makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out as they retire Head.
Ty Head normally not first pitch swinging. His last 2 at-bats have been 2 routine fly balls on fastballs down middle of the plate.
Yeah, we complimented him on his plate discipline a couple days ago when we visited with him, and it was well warranted because that has been his history.
Yeah, I mean, I think this year he's 8 for 12, first pitch swinging, and his last 2 at-bats, he's 0 for 2.
Ty Head has 57 walks this season to lead the team. So right there, that tells you there's a guy who knows the zone, who's very patient at the plate. Usually does not get himself out. Up high to Mikey Ryan, Wolfpack shortstop. Up to 34 RBIs on the season after a sac fly for him back in the 3rd inning. Coach Elliot Avent. Will this be the final game with him as head coach?
He added something on the hat.
Well, we mentioned all the pitching. Oh, yeah, there's more added today. You're right.
All right, so the first one is Jacob Duden, and that's 41. And I don't know what he added.
Dude, one of the injured pitchers. Need him to turn his head to the left a little bit. We'll get a better look at that, but
maybe Ryan Marone?
Well,
yeah, number 20, Ryan Marone.
So he's added his number on there. Come out there. I think they're looking at the pitching hand of Griffin Graves. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so you got the JD goes with the 41. So Duden is 41. Marone is 20. And so he just added Marone's number on top of.
He did. So the initials are on the opposite side of the number.
Duden, yeah.
Yeah. Had the Tommy John surgery. Really tough year, especially for the health of their top pitching, including Duden. Yeah, it's that left hand. You see he's got a Band-Aid on the thumb.
Graves has got a blister going on. You can see a little bit of the blood on his pants.
So I think the Band-Aid was a recent addition here. Here, let him take a pitch or two here to make sure the hand is good.
I wonder if they're checking to see if he can keep the Band-Aid on the hand. That's the question right now, because I've cut things and had blisters and everything else, and
Travis Carlson's come over from 3rd base. And the reaction we saw there, I think that was from Grady Smith. He's like, he was shaking his head like he didn't think you could. Well, or maybe there's more blood. Let's see here.
I would recommend super glue.
A lot of pitchers did, didn't they? Especially calluses and blisters.
Yep. I would tend to cut my middle finger with my thumb when I got tired. If my thumbnail got too long, and would create a nice little cut right there where my curveball was. And that's why I said I don't think you can have a Band-Aid. I don't think you can have a piece of tape or anything other than something skin-colored. So Band-Aid obviously didn't fit that, but, I mean, it's kind of ticky-tack, honestly, to be.
Anthony Sanderson, the athletic trainer. Well, it ain't super glue, but it is a liquid form. So Band-Aid has come off. Okay, well, we got a moment, a reminder that ESPN, your home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals. And for around-the-clock multi-game coverage, you can scan the QR code there on your screen. ESPN Plus subscribers, you can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Well, you saw there, you can see the...
It's on top of the thumb.
Top of the thumb, yeah.
So just try to keep the blood away from getting between the thumb and the baseball.
So the Band-Aid had to come off. And I was going to ask for a little more here. Got the scissors out now. This has turned into a whole procedure.
Does he cut his
here.
fingernails?
Hopefully not with that instrument. Seen a little bit of everything today.
I'm seeing something I've never seen before.
Well, at some point there has to be a decision like he's going or he's not here. So this has turned into a rather drawn out situation. Jackson Sanders, another lefty, getting loose. I can put another layer of that on. Obviously, Auburn is doing everything they can to keep Griffin Graves in this game. This has turned into a whole thing here over the last 4 or 5 minutes, or maybe even a little more.
I mean, do we got a manicurist in the stands that can come out and... I mean, you either go or don't go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here.
Simple thing. This has gone on
too long.
5 minutes longer than it needs to. Either it's going to bleed and you can deal with it, or it's going to bleed and you can't deal with it. And looking to your coaches for help, just go or don't go.
Well, we've had a weather delay, or a few of them here at Auburn this weekend. We just had a blister delay.
Blister delay. That's a new one in my lifespan.
All right. Looks like after that we are ready to resume. Sherman Johnson hits one through the hole and into left field. Second base hit today for Sherman. He's on for a third time. And two are on with one out.
Sherman had a quiet day yesterday. We've talked about his back. And today he has come out swinging.
So a couple of runners aboard now for the NC State designated hitter, Dalton Bargo. Got the strike call on the high part of the zone on a breaking ball. Argo today's hit a 2-run home run to right. Also an RBI single. So the rule is pitcher can't use a bandage. You can't have any foreign substance.
I mean, I understand it. It's just, you know, sometimes something's bleeding and needs a Band-Aid, and if it's not impeding the baseball and I'm not adding any traction or doing anything with it, but again,
You know, as you can see, it's the top of the thumb.
yeah, that's my thing. I'm going,
Yeah. How did that happen?
well, I mean, it could happen any different way, but I'm going, how is this affecting you throwing a baseball?
Correct.
Because as long as, I mean, when I got cuts on the fingertips, this is why I never ate Maryland crab. You get little slices and cuts, it's very poor for your fingers.
Well, that goes to the backstop, so I wonder if that's going to enter into the decision-making of Butch Thompson and his staff, and much longer they keep Graves in the game.
Well, I mean, you're sitting there looking at it, you got Jackson Sanders up. He's been one of their main piggyback guys, and early in the season, one of their 3 rotation pieces. And here comes Everett Tiefert.
Garrett Brewer now up there. So that will be all there for Griffin Graves. So with the pitching change for the Tigers here in the bottom of the 7th, we'll step aside. Here, this elimination game against NC State in the bottom of the 7th inning. Griffin Graves has departed, and Garrett Brewer, the lefty, checks in.
Yeah. Brewer transfer from Michigan State. 1-2 on the year, 17th appearance, 5 ERA, 18 innings, 19 hits, 26 punch-outs. Fastball's 91 to 94, slider changeup.
Well, earlier we saw Alvarez come out of the game with a 1-ball, 2-strike count and 2 outs. Here we see Graves come out with 1 out and a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Yeah, that one was a little weird one. It was obviously affecting him, the finger issue. So Everett Tiefert and Butch Thompson thought better of leaving him out there and letting NC State put together a rally. But I recommend super glue, having used it often enough to close things up.
Check with your medical professionals, folks.
Or
kidding.
super glue.
Or
I mean,
2 balls, 2 strikes as the first pitch comes from Garrett Brewer, and that's whacked to right field, but there's McGray. No, it's over his head and up against the fence. That's going to bring in Ryan. And now it's 17-10.
this ball is hit really hard. 107. McCrane freezes. It's right at him. He freezes, and the next thing he knows, it's over his head. And that's been kind of the book on Brewer. Very heavy fastball usage versus left-handed hitters. Just about 75%, so Bargo went up there knowing he was getting a heater.
So with that 2-base hit, Bargo a triple shy of the cycle today. Andrew Wiggins. Look out. Sherman, Johnson has to jump out of the way.
Oh, he's looking all right now.
Christian Serrano, who's come off the bench here, batting in this spot. A right-handed batter for the lefty Wiggins. On the right field side, McCrane once again on the run right near the line and makes the catch. Tagging. Throw's going to come in late to the plate. Johnson scores. Bargo moves up to third base as well. And Serrano off the bench, a sac fly. That ball right along the line in right field. David coming out on Mason McCrane over there in right field.
Yeah, McCrane just unable to really get a good beat on that, and he couldn't get set to make the good throw towards home plate.
Vincent DiCarlo came in as a pinch hitter in the 6th, popped out as state of the game at catcher. By the way, for Serrano, his 12th RBI of the season on that sac flies. Cut the deficit back down to 6. To the backstop, and it could not have been a better hop right back. Fralick just turned, and there it was.
Hey, you don't usually get that lucky on those kicks off the brick wall back there behind home plate.
And down low.
But NC State keeps answering. They
do.
keep finding a way. Gets to 10 runs, and here we are at 6 again. That wild pitch had bounced off the wall any different direction. It's at 5.
Well, there you go. It is 5. Bargo comes in, and it's 17-12. Still just in the bottom of the 7th inning here. And it's been a 3-run inning. And they're going to make another pitching change. So Auburn will use their 4th different pitcher in this game. And this time they will go get Jackson Sanders. Well, Auburn had regained their 10-run lead going to the bottom of the 6th, but NC State has cut that in half again to 17-12. Looked like Auburn was trying to not use Jackson Sanders if they could get away with it here in this game and try to survive and have him available more tomorrow. But it's reached a point here now, Greg, where they got to bring him in the game.
Yeah, and this is time. I mean, the bullpen struggling with Graves, Brewer. So they bring in the lefty Sanders, who has had a really solid year. Second team All-SEC as a relief pitcher. Fastball 87 to 91, power sinker. It'll tick up a little bit on the velo, but really excellent location on the two-seamer and the changeup and a wipeout slider.
So he comes in inheriting a 3-ball, 1-strike count.
The third one of the game.
It's so odd. And DiCarlo goes around. He tried to stop his swing on a ball in on him.
You go, I'm 3-1 count. Guys just walking into a game. I'm going to get a fastball, and Sanders throws that slider. He'll throw that 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. It does not matter.
That ball is hit well. Left field, high, deep, and he greets Sanders with a home run over the War Eagle wall. The freshman catcher, DiCarlo. That is his first collegiate home run.
You look so bad on a 3-1 slider, and then you get another one, and you hit it 417 feet into the power station.
102 on the exit velocity.
Wow.
How about that? First career homer for the freshman. Now you're, as we would say in the game, within slam range. If you're NC State, it's down to 4.
How about Coach Avent pushing a couple buttons right there? I mean.
Appeal denied. Yeah, the Legends like, okay, we were down 10-0 after an inning and a half in this game. Came back, cut it to 5. It was sent back to 10. And now they've cut it to 4.
6 unanswered. And forcing Auburn to spend some of their bullpen pieces. Brewer, Graves hasn't pitched much. He had some arm injuries, but Jackson Sanders is one of their best relievers / starter.
Just the 5th home run he's surrendered this year. And Sanders, his last outing was in the SEC tournament against LSU. He threw 3 scoreless and hitless innings with a couple of strikeouts and picked up the save in that win over the LSU Tigers. Didn't miss by much, full count.
All right, we're not letting that guy tap his cap either.
3-2 pitch from Jackson Sanders. Down to the chase. The pitch was down. The strikeout ends the inning, but not before NC State adds 4 to cut it to 4. 17-3. Auburn at the end of 7 in this elimination game. Cindy Carlos home run, capping off that 4-run inning for NC State. They're within 4 as we go to the top of the 8th inning. It's an elimination game. Auburn trying to avoid being eliminated, hosted a home regional for the 2nd time in the last 4 seasons. And head coach Elliott Avent, NC State fans do not want this to be his final career game. The 30-year NC State head coach. Mason McCrane shoots one to right field, but to his left, it's run down by the new right fielder in the game, Serrano. His first career appearance in right field, and as always happens in baseball, the ball will find you, and it brings a smile to his face.
I mean, that is funny how that works out. Just comes into the game and gets a laser shot, 110 off the bat, right at you.
Brings up Eric Guevara.
You know, just another piece of the symmetry with Avent retiring is whenever the last game comes, and Auburn getting bounced in their home regional in 2 games, is the fact that Auburn lost to Pennsylvania that Friday night. Southern Miss got beat in the first in the day game. And so Auburn and Southern Miss, which were the 1 and 2 seeds, were playing Saturday morning. Well, the legendary coach at Southern Miss, Scott Berry, was retiring. And so we had much the same talk about legendary coach, you know, bringing that program up to a great level, looking for his first trip to Omaha. And they ended up running and beating Auburn on day 2 and running through it and winning the bracket over Penn, and then losing to Tennessee, I believe, in a super.
You're saying there's some symmetry between this year and 3 years ago in 2023. Charging, gathered Ryan, good play to get Guevara for the 2nd out.
No, I'm just saying great coaches both retiring at Auburn's home regional, and Auburn loses game 1. Now, I'm not saying, you know, the same thing's going to work out, but I'm just saying 2 great coaches, legends of the game, both departing possibly here on the Plains.
And back in 2023 in the Auburn Regional, Tigers lost to Penn. That first game, as you mentioned, they lost to Southern Miss 7-2 to end their season. It's the 2nd straight year that NC State has been here in this Auburn Regional. Pitch strike to the catcher, Chase Freilich. Well, one of the benefits of them flipping who's home and who's visiting team, who gets to bat first and who bats at the bottom of the order, is significant here because you're NC State, you know you got last ups in this game. That's being chased by Johnson, and he ran that down. Right near the screen. And that sets him down in order in the top of the 8th.
Well, if you're worried about his back, this is a pretty nice play. Finds the wall, 3 up, 3 down.
elimination game has had, shall we say, a lot of intrigue. Auburn is led by 10 runs 2 different times, and NC State has come back to getting out within 4. Let's see what NC State, how they've responded. 7 straight runs in the second and third, 6 unanswered now since the 6th, and they're going to bat here at the bottom of the 8th. Down 4. Auburn has 17 runs, 17 hits, and NC State has 13 runs, 13 hits. And the heart of the order is coming up for NC State.
Well, when I said that NC State needs to do something, they've done something. They dropped 6.
First pitch swinging. Nixon hits it deep towards right center at the fence, leaping and caught. Cade Ballou right up against the fence. Nixon making a bid for his 4th hit of the game and hitting it out to make it a 3-run game, but it falls just short in the glove of Ballou. Oh, he goes over. They're pretty close to that yellow line.
He timed that up nicely. That's a little bit of a run to get there. That's Jackson Sanders going, I just gave up a home run, or he's getting close to the wall. Thank you.
First pitch strike, Chris McHugh. Nixon just missing his 10th home run of the season. Tell you what, that's a big defensive play. If that ball goes out, suddenly it's a 3-run game. Nobody out, bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. Grand Slam's kind of the measure.
Yeah.
Of like, you get within a Grand Slam, it's game on. That would have gotten it to 3, nobody out, 6 outs left.
Sanders did allow that home run to DeCarlo right after he came in the game. So here's DeCarlo, or I should say Sanders, whose first 7 appearances this season came as a starter. The next 8 now as a reliever, and he's suddenly finds himself in his most important outing of the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reliever is kind of a comical role because he's a second starter. He comes in and finishes the game. And he has done very well in this role, either picking back off of Marciano or Petrovic.
Left side, a shortstop, big room service hop from McCrane, and Brandon's throw in time to retire McHugh. Second out of the bottom of the 8th. It brings up Ty Head, who reached base his first 2 times, has flied out twice the last 2. Those last 2 plate appearances for Ty Head, very uncharacteristic for him. With lazy fly balls early in the count.
I talked about it. He was 8 of 12. Now, I've seen some guys in the college game that are in the mid-30s or upper 30s on first pitch swings that have resulted in an at-bat, a hit or an out. But Ty Head was 8 of 12 coming into the series. Had done none of that, and then the last 2 ABs went 0 for 2 on first pitch fastballs, middle of the plate.
Lefty-lefty matchup. You saw Head kind of shake the head like, yep, a breaking ball. Through that hole and into left field. It's one of those times when the folks who don't like the analytics say, hey, why isn't the shortstop where he should be? That would have been an easy ground out, but Head knows that, and he grounds it through that vacated hole, and that makes Coach Amen happy.
I mean, Auburn was, and every analytic that I looked at on Ty Head was everything he hits is pull side.
Yeah.
All home runs are pull, everything he's hit. There's been a couple of hits oppo. That one, exit velocity of 78 is just a routine nothing burger, except there's nobody on that side of the field.
First pitch strike. Shortstop Mikey Ryan. This guy's been fun to watch this weekend in these two games. He's a feisty guy and feisty player. Good shortstop, had 3 hits in the UCF game. For 2 with a walk and an RBI on a sac fly in this game.
You can see how NC State missed him at an ankle sprain. Just got back right before the ACC tournament.
He whistles one into the left field corner, but foul. Well, the Knights fans are already in the house. UCF in the winner's bracket facing Milwaukee. There's the Panthers.
Hanging out down the right field line.
They've been here a while. I think they thought this game would be over by now.
Yeah.
So 1-2 pitch. Right at the plate. Fair ball. I think Ryan is saying that ball hit him while in the batter's box, but he didn't run, and now no real argument.
NC State's got no more challenges. They got no more challenges.
So
I thought it hit him in the foot.
I did too. Without those challenges, Coach Avent's like, hey, will you umpires confer here and see if there's any chance of changing this call? And they're going to call him out. Well, so instead of 2 on 2 outs, the inning is over. This game is going to go to the ninth. Apparently none of the other umpires saw that ball, if it indeed did hit Ryan in the foot or leg. We'll take a look as we go to break.
NC State out of challenges.
Well,
it did not.
Good call. Well, this game goes to the ninth, elimination game. Auburn takes a 4-run lead to the top of the ninth. NC State 0-21 on the season when trailing after 8 innings. Auburn has not lost a game, 20-0 when leading after 8. First pitch swinging. Remember, it has a base hit. So we showed you the play going to break. Thought maybe it was costly that they didn't have a challenge, but we look at this again, and I don't think it hit him.
It didn't. I don't think it hit him.
Yeah, so the umpires conferred, and that's certainly from the angles we have looks to be the correct call when he is tagged out.
I don't think Coach Avent had that look that we had. Just a funny spin. The ball landed foul, spun fair. Well, we talked about it. You're within a grand slam. Can't give up any more.
How about that? With the 30 combined runs in this game. 10th time in an elimination game. That being the 0-1 game, meaning you got to win to keep your season going. That's since 99 when we had the seedings begun.
That's a pretty good stat right there.
That's a great stat. Excellent work on our crew there to dig that out. Luke Kimrick, number 22, going to come in here. So a pitching change for NC State here in the top of the 9th. Elimination game against the loser of the upcoming winners bracket game against Milwaukee, the 4 seed and 2 seed UCF. That game on ESPN Plus, scheduled at 8 Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. At this game, 4-run lead for the Auburn Tigers. New pitcher, a freshman, Luke Kimrick, is in.
Hembrick on the year, one of their main starters. 11th, he got 11 starts, 18th appearance, 2-1, 6.02 ERA. Fastball is 88 to 91. Slider changeup. Inherits a runner on first base and a little pocket of lefties.
All the sights around the ballpark, Plainsman Park, on this Saturday afternoon, about to head into evening. Above Terrell's strides to the plate. Terrell has walked a couple of times, but officially 0 for 3 with an RBI. Geared up for that breaking ball, a swing and a miss. That's to left field. Brett Johnson still coasting onto the track there in the corner, hauls it in. Rembert back to first base. Let's take a look at today's Capital One rewarding performance. And Ethan Bingham, the freshman, what a day. 3 extra base hits, including a couple of home runs.
He gets that cut fastball, takes it out over the canyon. Thinks he walked the pitch before this. Nice cut fastball down and away. He takes it out to right field. Added a double.
Strike to the outside corner to Bingham. Bingham in with 2 home runs, now up to 14 on the season. The ball's 2 strikes.
He's done most of his damage on home runs, honestly, from left-handed pitching. Or at least half, 7 out of 14.
In the hole here at no balls, 2 strikes. Limerick gets him to chase elevated, and the strikeout for Luke Kimber, 2 outs. Well, they're going to trail it by at least 4 going to the bottom of the 9th inning. And can NC State come up with the late rally and delay that retirement for Coach Avon at least one more day? Big day for Cade Ballou. Not only has he hit a couple of home runs, we can debate whether he took a home run away. It was very close. The ball hit by Luke Nixon leading off the last inning.
Yeah, you can call it either way, but he got up, got there. I think it probably was going over.
Runner takes off. Remember, head first slide. Got him. Wow. The throw there by DiCarlo took a bounce and then a quick tag. We'll see now if Auburn, they have their challenges remaining, and they're going to use one here.
Little delayed steal by Rembert.
Auburn is challenging the call of out. The play is under further review.
My first take, he was safe.
That was mine as well.
All right.
Really close with a tag on the helmet, but there's a lot of things going on there. Number one, you know, the catcher, DiCarlo, kind of got hung up a little bit. The throw's almost like behind him. And then his throw nearly tags the pitcher as it goes through the box. And then the quick tag put on there by Ryan. Well, what do you think?
Now I think he got him.
That look right there.
I mean, DiCarlo looked like he was taking that bad pitch, slider way wide behind him, and then all of a sudden he realizes Rembert's taken off. I think he got him.
Again, call on the field is out, so there's got to be indisputable evidence to overturn that. But a couple of those angles, one in particular, he definitely looked like he had been tagged just before the fingers hit the base.
Yep.
Let's see if the result
Here we go.
is.
After review, the call is confirmed. The runner is out. Auburn will have 1 challenge remaining.
All right. Last chance for NC State. They're down 4. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. cut down to 5 and went back up to 10. Now it's a 4-run lead. Last chance for NC State. They're trying to avoid going 0-2 in an NCAA tournament for the first time since 2019. They've won at least one game in each of the last 4 NCAA tournament appearances. But Jackson Sanders will try to close this out. Here's what's at stake. Auburn trying to advance to play the loser of the upcoming winners bracket game between UCF and Milwaukee. NC State a lot more. Their 30-year head coach as they come back his final game. Elliott Avent. Herman Johnson leading off.
Well, every time I was in these spots right here, it's like it's crucial for me to get leadoff out. It's not game over one way or the other, but it's very important for me to get leadoff out and just take a little bit of air out of that opposing dugout.
Stays a ball and 2 strikes. And Johnson leading off this bottom of the 9th inning. We welcome those of you now watching on ESPN News as well as ESPN. Mark Neely along with Greg Olson from Auburn. An elimination game, and you see the score. What a game it's been. 17-13 Auburn. NC State down to their final 3 outs, down 4. By the way, for those of you watching on ESPN, top of the hour, we'll break away in Sydney to Oklahoma City for the Women's College World Series. All in 2 strikes. Johnson today has scored 3 times. There's a couple of hits. And battling that lumbar lower back injury for the last several days, but has not missed an inning. Sanders 2-2. And it runs to a full count. Wolfpack trying to keep their season alive. They need some base runners to have a chance. Big 3-2 pitch from Sanders. That's to right field. Crane into the corner. Mason makes the catch with a first out. Well, the NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continuing today and tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, home for all NCAA championships.
Jackson Sanders. Sorry, partner. No, Jackson Sanders with a big 3-2 slider. As I said earlier, he will go with that slider anytime, any place.
Big day for the DH. Dalton Vargo, 2-run homer. Knocked in 4, but NC State down to their final 2 outs. Got him to chase the breaking ball down. Vargo in the hole, a ball and 2 strikes. Ray Alvarez, the starting pitcher for Auburn. Tigers trying to hang on and extend their season. strike three call towards the low part of the zone. Borderline pitch. Bargo called out, and NC State down to their final out.
Well, that is way bottom of the zone, and Coach Avent is letting home plate umpire Alan Gorwitz have it.
Bargo obviously unhappy with that call as well. 30-year head coach Elliott Avent retiring at the end of this season. His team down to their final out. First pitch strike. Both packed down to their final strike. Just got a piece of it to stay alive.
Nice effort to keep that alive by swinging at that fastball bottom of the zone. Sanders has such a great overlay of fastball slider coming out of that same tunnel. There is so much adrenaline going through Jackson Sanders right now.
Two and two. We pushed it up against the top of the hour. We'll shortly send those of you on ESPN to Oklahoma City in the Women's College World Series. Let's see how this plays out in Auburn. 2-2 pitch. Full count. Quickly got ahead 2 strikes, and now it's full on Serrano. And too much time, and that apparently is strike 3, and the game is over. And that's how it ends. And Elliott Avent, whose head coaching career at NC State has just come to an end, is livid. Oh my goodness. What a way for this to end. And NC State's season comes to a conclusion. Unbelievable. Those of you watching on ESPN, we're going to send you to Oklahoma City for Bama and Nebraska in the Women's College World Series. Those of you who want to see continued coverage here from this game, stay with us on ESPN News. Again, for those of you on ESPN, let's send you to the Women's College World Series. Now, for those of you watching on ESPN News, the hugs there from Elliott Avent, one of the legends. This college coaching profession has seen his time as head coach coming to an end here. And great respect from the Auburn players who all come up to shake his hand, and staff.
that's got me emotional. I didn't see it. What are we doing?
Hey, Ethan's down there. He's been waiting on us. Sorry, Ethan.
Sorry, Ethan. Do you hear all that?
Yeah.
They started the clock too soon.
I tell you what, that's crazy.
think that percentage is going to go.